I didn't see anything. I make a motion to approve.
Motion by Martha, second by Charlie to approve the minutes. All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Audience to visitors. Anybody online or in the audience wish to make a statement?
You folks know me, Tom Lukens. I just I know that you'll be meeting privately about the legal advice to not continue and file it other program there on the recycling. But I wanted to put just, you've got the DNR's letter of incompleteness determination, and it's a chance to put pause. The two things they're questioning here are the need and the dollars involved. When they question the initial starting numbers at the landfill, they are the estimated disposal rate and go forward with that's your whole budget for the landfill. They think you've more than doubled, and this was before GFL left the picture. That's the whole dollars, guys. Please, you got financial professionals asking you to step back and look at this. It was a big discussion point for the failure to fully fund the long-term care enclosure. This is all about the dollars. And you have financial professionals asking you to pull back and look at it. The DNR is questioning the needs. That's what that's what number 22, section 11 is all about. And then when they go on to question the geotechnical stuff, now I know that even though the financial picture should be big, because I mean, you did just lose almost $250,000 again last year, before you lost GFL's volume. So, but they are also, I have here copies of what the DNR summarized when they got back to the private meeting between SEH and your hydrologist. They start out with, there are a number of gaps in the geologic and hydrologic information presented in the feasibility report. Groundwater flow information presented here appears to be largely interpretive, given the number of data points. It goes on to say, yes, you have to spend tens and tens, probably hundreds of thousands of dollars on more bore wells, because there's not a test well in your expansion site. And they point to the inadequacies and the conclusions you're drawing. So you have an opportunity, please, to pull back and just press pause. GFL's out of the picture. Your airspace pressure is not near what it used to be on the landfill. So they're giving you an opportunity to reconsider, both on the dollars, they're questioning the needs, and before GFL was out of the picture, and the geotechnical stuff. I bet you won't be given copies of this. And this is what the DNR people said after they met your hydrogeologist. Look what they conclude. They're telling you to spend tens of thousands of dollars on more well wells, and they're saying, but this by no means it can be construed as adequate to the resolution of the feasibility study. I mean, it's the information would merely intend to provide further detail regarding the information the department needs to continue its evaluation of the feasibility report, and details regarding concerns or questions the department has. They feel like they can't monitor the fractured ground that this site is on. They have no confidence in the ability. You got dry wells on this little acre site, and you got wells that pass 87 feet per day. You should be in the low single digits in hydrologic conductivity. If you got water moving that fast in Vernon, they point to it. And I have copies of the incompleteness determination letter here too, that I'd be happy to circulate in case you didn't print one for yourselves. But so they're asking you to spend a ton of money. You're going to have another meeting at the supervisors. None of the dollars are being discussed. Your board chair is just not letting that happen. The dollars are serious. Talking about borrowing millions on an operation that loses money. Wow. And you're not being allowed to focus on the issue. This is, I don't know why this is a hill to die on, Lord, but it is not financially advised, and geologically, you run the risk of permanently contaminating the groundwater. The World Bank doesn't allow you to cite a landfill on karst country. My God, they won't finance it. And you guys want to finance it here to borrow millions to do it? It's not that we shouldn't be responsible for our own wet solid waste, but we should do it responsibly. Expanding on karst is financially and environmentally disastrous. And I just can't understand why you won't pull back far enough to look at the big picture. Thank you. I have here the last 10 years, you only showed black ink. It's right on your website. You can look at this in the solid waste department. 1 year, the year you conceded the prices to Southwest to get more of their volume. Only a year out of 10, you had black ink. And here is the DNR's serious thing that says you got to spend a ton of money to build nest wells, to build more boreholes, and look solidly. I said, God, I just don't understand the unwillingness to pull back and look at the big picture. If I run out of copies, sorry. Thank you.
Gentleman back.
Lauren, you might want to have him come up. So
Come up
online.
forward here so we can hear you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Donsky, live in rural Large. We have a small farm there, but we also have about 20 acres in the village of Ontario. We own businesses there. It's mainly for low-income people. So keeping this landfill is very open and very important to the low-income people of the county. And secondly, I used to haul leachate for Gale, Erie, and Monroe County leachate at their landfill. They're safe, so I think you got confidence going into the expansion.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody online? Okay, seeing none. Matt, you're up. If you can write and talk at the same time.
I'll try. Done too. Yeah, we're pushing it there. So I included I reconciled all our stuff based on what was in the financial system, checked over my records. So I kind of went through and revised where we're at for the end of 2023 year end. So where I came up with 73,300 or 73,738.59 is the total amount of tax levy impact we accounted for zoning and sanitation, and we budgeted for $82,942.00. So we came in, just showing that we came in under budget final numbers. That's all I wanted to show there. And we had more income, so I mean, it's, you know,
You had a good year.
yeah, a little better than we budgeted for. Not terribly off. You know, we were pretty much on. I didn't expect as many permits to come in as we got. So, I mean, you know, everyone keeps forecasting a financial downturn, and they're kind of switching up on that now. So I don't know where we're going to end up next year. It's kind of a toss in the air. The second page on that is the current month or last month of January. You know, we're starting off a little right around the same, little less than last year income wise, $4,595 in income. Last year we had $5,078. So, I mean, we're a little bit, but January is always a slow month for us, and we always start off a little lax on that. Expenses, computer maintenance, we have that rolled in. We have quite a few office supplies rolled in and trainings and that type of stuff. So our numbers might be a little bit higher than the next few months will. But so our expenses are $20,799.23, and that's salaries and all our other expenses.
Can you explain the salaries on call?
That's I should change the name of that. I'll make a note of that. It's part-time salaries. I don't know why they called it on-call before, but we have one part-time, 50% time staff, and then Tammy Hansen helps us on a part-time basis. Usually we budgeted for 8 hours a week for her. It can be a little more in the summer, and right now it's going to be a little bit less. Like, she didn't do anything for us the past 2 weeks. So it'll be like, in February, I'll start out with 0 on her, but that's where that is.
Okay.
That's
I
why.
didn't know I knew you had summer interns, but I didn't know.
Yeah, and that will go in there too. So that's just kind of like our part-time staff, and the other ones are full-time staff.
Thank you.
Yeah. And all insurance is basically full-time staff, and there's a little bit of Tammy's in there too. Any other questions on it?
It's not a question on this, but it's a question on the comprehensive plan that we're developing.
I'll touch on that when we get to.
I was just wondering where it's on a budget question is is that in this budget, or is it another separate budget, or do they have money to do
I think
that?
those all come out of the board, like what we allocate for the board. salaries.
Comes out,
I
okay.
can double check with Bobby, but I'm like 95% sure that's where that money comes out of.
Okay.
Are you talking about paying for
The per diem.
The
the per diems? Yeah, no, it's not out of this budget.
We don't charge them state individual
Okay.
budgets.
I was just saying it wouldn't be fair to,
No,
put that on
No.
if he's, standing there, so.
though it sounds like you might have a little extra money.
Where to go?
According to you.
No, if don't have any questions on that, I'll go into my report quick. Cleared up 2 more of those cab cases. We have about 36 of those remaining. And like I said, we're all down to all the sticky ones. So, they take a little more investigation, a little more, buy-in on the landowner's end. So that's why those are slow moving. Wisconsin Fund, we had 7 applications come in that qualified, and we sent a request off to the state for $76,926. And that's based on 60% cost share of the systems that have already been installed or are going to be installed. And they'll need to get us the cost with that, associated with that. So that's our request. They usually kind of disperse that money as evenly as possible to counties. I'm sure there'll be a lot of requests because they have again said this program is going to sunset. So I don't know if it will or not, but they said that before, but I know there was a lot of requests. They said that came in this year, and they're kind of sifting through those right now. So I don't know if we'll get 60% on each of these or not, or if it'll come somewhere under that. 2 years ago, we did get 60% on each system that was installed. So we will see. Old violations, we're slowly moving through. And you guys might have heard that the Cashin and Amish community, we had citations out to them. They're fighting it in court, and there's a little pushback right now. We're just in the negotiation stage. Nikki's involved in that. So we're negotiating with them, seeing what we can come up with. These are referring to existing homes where we're getting pushed back because they had agreed on putting systems in new homes, but they're pushing back on the existing homes, replacing failed systems.
Is it failed systems or non-existent systems?
We consider a non-existent system a failed system. So that's just how it gets classified. So, yes, both. Comp Planning Committee, we had our first meeting last Thursday. The committee's made up of Charlie Jacobson, Sandy Schweiger, Kay Stanek, and Ole Yitri as board members, current county board members who are on the committee. Citizen members, Pete Strachan, Mary Stanek, and George Wilbur. The advisors are Ben Willian, Monique Hossman, and myself. First meeting was the 8th. Mississippi Regional Planning Commission presented on basically the timeline and a brief overview of everything. We have another meeting planned on for Friday at 9:30 sharp. So, so we're still hashing through some of the details, getting existing conditions down, kind of where we want to go with this thing. So, yeah. And violations, we had one new plumbing violation, one new floodplain violation that we're working through. We had one floodplain violation resolved and 3 plumbing violations were resolved in the month of January. That's all I got. Any questions? Taking notes.
Highway Department.
Bridge aid, got a lot of them. I don't know if you want me to read them all. The grand total for the minutes is $51,127.17. We have Town of Hamburg for $43,822.14. Town of Webster $294.93. Town of Webster $583.04. Town of Coon $25,1884. Town of Coon $17.03. Town of Coon $371.
Call us, Mike.
Cents. Town of Clinton $804.51. Town of Franklin $27.56. Town of Coon $1,795. Town of Coon $891.45.
These are all 30 and over culverts,
20 and over.
20 and over.
They're official bridge projects.
No concerns with nothing. Motion to approve bridge aid.
Motion by Paul, seconded by
Second.
to approve the bridge aids for who's ever listed here. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passed.
Okay, we're doing this now, I guess. On the commissioner's report, the road bans are on. Other than an odd cold spot here and there, there's no frost in the roads. How long are you, or what is our intent, you folks, on leaving our road bans on? A number of counties to the south of us aren't banding at all. Some of the northern counties are just banned in certain routes. I know the towns have some issues, obviously, with the structure of their roads. And when we pulled the trigger, I mean, that was right during that melt when we had the moisture. With the dry fall we had last year, any other that may have walked out in fields or in a road ditch, that moisture is gone. I'd get 25, 30 calls a day on road bans, being all the weather is such that everybody can be going. So I just was looking at thoughts on what you folks think. I know if I take the bans off, we may or may not cause the town's issues, but so if you guys, what do you think? How long we want to leave them on? Normally we leave them on 6 to 8 weeks. This year that's no. I say now on most of the county roads, the frozen road ban declaration went on for the DOT highways, which means 80,000. It just means you can't get an overweight permit to travel on some of the DOT highways. I've had a couple of requests for overweight permits, which I've denied, but there again, we have the construction world ready to get hitting it. How do you want me to do it? Let these people run through permits, or pick a date when we're pulling the bans to try to get them to wait? Thoughts?
You can pull them and you can always repost them. If you have to.
If we were going to put them on, and we talked about this with the other counties, if we were going to put them on for road damage, we should have done it in January.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody's ever put road bans in January, so nobody thought about it. And then all of a sudden we had our 60-degree days in February. We didn't have that much frost. And as dry as it is, I don't know if that helped it, but the frost went out in a week, which is kind of unusual as well in the years I've been doing this. In my opinion, to keep the peace and save me with my 25 to 30 calls a day, I'd pull the bands in this week. And if we get into a situation, leave them up, put them back on, which is within our rights. We can do that as highway.
And I guess as far as the townships are concerned, they can decide for themselves what they want to do based on their road condition.
You know, and I actually did that this weekend, drove a number of town roads, including mine and other towns. And there's just not a lot of moisture coming up through the roads. It's like there normally is. You don't see any rutting, any issues. To not get into that mode where we're having road bans on when we shouldn't, and creating that, making people violate. To me, it'd be in our best interest to pull them. And if we do, winter does return and it stays cold for a month and we have some frost issues, there's no law that says we can't put them on again in April for a couple of weeks. But people are going to start running regardless, based on calls. And we kind of caught people off guard. Everybody assumed we weren't putting them on this year. Town, well, I got a lot of calls saying, what the heck? Frost is out, why are you putting road bans on? So, but I'm a fan of that. If you folks don't have it, I mean, obviously it's not an action item, but just my personal opinion, I would be a fan of that. And then I'll deal with it later if we do get situations arising. I have already talked to a couple of concrete companies, and obviously it all stems to the loggers. You know, a one load excavator going point A to B doesn't hurt nothing. But there again, if they're hauling 1,000 or 10,000 yards of sand into a project, you know, I've called a number of them construction outfits and made them aware. But we've got a lot of construction projects that are starting already in the area. So if you guys are okay with that, that's probably the direction I'm going to go.
I agree with Kyle that let the townships make up their own mind then. If they want
Correct. I mean, just because
they can, yeah.
we pull ours doesn't mean they have to.
Right.
So, yeah.
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
County SS, our big STP project, that should be let sometime this month. I don't have the exact date. That's why I'm waiting on all our bids. Normally we'd be doing bids, but we'll probably wait, or we will wait obviously till March to do our bids, waiting for that bid to come back and see what our share is going to be. I don't want to catch us, do a bunch of bidding and not act on any of it. Obviously with winter maintenance, we're in pretty good place, which is a good thing because we are technically already over from last year. The DOT just chose over the last few years to base their salt ordering off their 5-year average. They're all breathing a sigh of relief because another set of storms like we had, our blizzard little period, DOT had basically got us salt in Vernon County because they're just not ordering the salt anymore. They'd already requested me how much salt I had on hand. County did in case they run short. But you know, the weather's been great, bought some time. So winter, we're setting pretty good. And just for information, I went to the bridge school. I went to multiple trainings, knock on wood. By some freak of nature, I passed my bridge test. So I'm still in that game for bridge inspections. I know it's hard to believe with all the trucks we've gotten delivered. Next item. Now's the time with the timeliness of deliveries. If you've got the urge, I will spec out another truck to get a new truck on the order market. The window is going to be opening for trucks again. It'll be 18 months or better before we get it. So if you guys are fans of that, I will bring an RFP or put out an RFP for a new truck for next month.
Do we have a truck on order yet, or have we got them all?
We still have one in transit, supposed to be here in May.
That's our 24 truck in transit.
That was supposed to be our 25 truck, but it's going to be here in 24.
Okay.
We won't get it on the road till probably 25.
So this would keep us on our one
This will
truck a
keep
year
us on our cycle. Because this truck would arguably come sometime next year. It's 180 days out for the equipment. So it put it in 26 budget.
Yeah.
Yes.
Motion by Kyle and seconded by Charlie to put it out there. All in favor, aye?
I,
Motion passes.
Perfect, thank you. I was going to have the triaxle equipment for this month. And we delayed it. I want to meet with the salesmen. There's some new, and they're not new, but we've never done it. A number of counties, and this truck will be on Highway 14. A lot of counties are doing wedge tanks, they're called. And in lieu of, they want all the brine that's humanly possible to put on, the wedge tank is the most efficient way. On a regular setup, I can only get 800 gallons or so of brine. That's not enough to do the route, but I want the salesman to come down. We need to take measurements of our trucks because we're looking at retro in our quad. So we have enough salt capacity. So I will have that information for next month. Well, I'll do the RFP. Personally, I'm leaning towards setting the truck up the way we always do it, because no matter what we do, we can't put enough brine on a triaxle truck to do the prescribed amount of brine it takes to take the snow off in a storm. So if we can't have enough to do it, and what I'm worried about is they'll do half the route, have to come back, load up, go do half the route. That's not efficient, and you have a lot of lag in traffic, and a lot of bad things can happen when you're driving back to the shop to load up with brine. So I will have that for next month as well. We've got our outbuildings up. They're all completed. Most of the final building is done at Soda Hill. That's done. We don't have a well out there yet because of I was trying to get an exemption to get the well put next to the building instead of 250 feet away, which is required by state statute. Could not get that exemption. We do have a spot on the property that we can get it 250 feet away. But we have to go under with our water line, an 8-inch fiber. So everybody is pretty nervous about digging that when the ground is froze. Being out of control, Southwest Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa fiber. So they didn't really want us to bump it with a frost.
Can you bore?
We've looked at it. The bore person I talked to said maybe in the spring. He's bored them before. And yeah, if that's what we need to do, that's what we'll do. Because I don't want to get anywhere near that 8-inch line. No,
That boring works really well.
Oh, very efficient. Almost
funny when
cheaper than
when
digging.
you call Digger's hotline, they tell you 3 days and yeah, we'll get there when you can. When we called them on this, they said, we'll meet you there this afternoon. So, but then we'll be done with that. The question of it is now with the impending sale, obviously we don't have sander hanger shed. Financing with the shop sale and such, we should have finances available. So now would be the time. I talked to the outfit that built our sheds. We need to get a truss design, which they haven't got done yet because of the weight of the sanders and having multiple sanders in a shed. They weren't comfortable doing it the way we did it in the old days at the highway shop. So I'm getting a truss design to carry the load. When we get that, I will do an RFP for a sander hanger shed, 8 bay. The new sanders come with legs. If you remember the last equipment we ordered with legs, so we don't need a hanger there, but it's still really nice to get in and out of the weather. Everything on them is stainless steel. So obviously it takes the weather really good, except the aprons.
I have an idea. Instead of investing all that money into the cost of the building to hang the sanders, would it be more cost effective to build a trailer, wagon, what have you, to design to take the weight of the sander, but yet that the men could set it on and then just roll it into the building rather than put all the money into designing the building? And then as those sanders get phased out and you go to the self-standing ones, then just phase out the wagons.
That's what we do now in our outline shops where we don't have hangers.
Sure.
We get old running gears.
Yeah.
Yep. Pick them up for a couple $100.
Sure.
My fabricator
makes a frame.
We're fine with that. Because that's what we anticipate doing the spring on.
Would that help you budget wise and everything else immensely? Because I can imagine the design of that building is going to be pretty well beefed up to take that.
With that load rating that's going to be on that truss, when you hang 8 sanders, structurally it's got to be pretty heavy duty.
Sure.
And the good thing about that is that we have the floor space because that equipment is transitional. So when we're pulling our summer equipment out, we can be putting the winter equipment in. So I don't have a problem with that. We may have to spend a little more money than our designated $150 for a running gear because them are coming.
Oh,
Them are getting hard to find.
Even $1,000 so is going to be cheaper
Yeah,
than.
I don't have a problem with that.
Just
We have the
food for
floor
thought.
space. We've got the building out by the salt shed. So I don't have a problem with that. And I'm guessing I'm still going to do the design, but I'm guessing that building's going to be really expensive because of that load. I'm not even say they won't have to do a steel frame on that to make it stand. So that would outweigh our budget. So no, we're already looking for running gears. If you know anybody's got one, you old farmers, we're interested in the running gear
Sure.
because we make our own homemade things and they work quite well.
What we have down in Harmony, we just got stands, they set the stand there, set it right on top.
Now that we've got our new truck with the stands, my fabricator, when we pull it out this spring, and we're officially done with winter, he's going to see if he can't retro the trucks we have and do the same thing. The only thing he's caught up on now is the roller system. So it lines up and goes in the truck nice and neat and doesn't bind up. But if he can figure that out, that's what we're going to do with all of them. Basically, we'll put them in our concrete end of our building and put them all in there, and they'll all be in there in a nice row, ready to go next fall. So
you're looking at new truss designs for an existing shed?
no,
New shed?
new shed. So, I mean, I guessing that, but I mean, I just put it out there that I'm doing that design.
Sure.
And when I get that back, then I'm anticipating, I'm going to tell you that I need more running gears. It's some of you may be aware about the 6 to 20 structure program. Contrary to what you have heard, potentially, the towns need to opt in and out if they're going to do their inventory. These are all your structures between 6 foot, and that's greater than 6 foot. That's not 6 foot. It's greater than 6 foot, under than 20. There is a DOT form out now that the towns have their choice. They can do it themselves. It's a relatively simple process. You got to have a GPS, but you need the information. There's 15, 18 bullet points that you need to fill out. That needs to be sent to me. Option 2 is you can hire somebody to do it. There is a consultant through the Towns Association. We won't get into that whole debacle, but there are other people you can hire, or you can request that my staff does it. Regardless of what happens, there's $100 allocated from the DOT program for the inventory of these greater than 6, less than 20 foot structures. We have no idea how many there's going to be. You guys know your towns better. But that leads us into the next phase. The county / me, you folks need to tell me if we are opting into this program where I can do the inspections. We will be reimbursed $350 a structure for that. I have till the end of 2025 to get that done. Being as how I passed my test, I'm certified still. I'm more than happy to do it, but I need your okie dokie so I can send it into the DOT that we're going to do our own. If we don't do our own, they will put Vernon County in a consultant pool, and they still haven't decided if I get to recommend a consultant that does our bridge inspections or if the DOT will select. There's no debate. There's no bargaining. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes, but if the official program is whoever does them will be reimbursed $350 per structure. I estimate it'll take somewhere around an hour to do each structure. And I think I can, I'm confident I can get them all done by the end of 2025, but I need a thumbs up from you folks.
So this is a 6 and greater, or just greater
than 6?
Greater than 6. Okay, that puts a lot of ours out.
That puts a lot of them out. I don't know if I think they basically did that because of the amount of money that was allowed in the program. And there's a lot of people that have 6 foot culverts.
That was kind of the standard on it.
When you take the next step, that puts you into an 84.
Yeah.
And a lot of people boy that, because then usually when you go to an 84, you have to have a thicker wall. So it really increases your price.
Okay.
So that's why everybody does 6s. Multiple culverts will be allowable as long as they're close enough together. And that, if the towns are doing their own inventory, record one. When I come and inspect it, I'm sure there's going to be some that I'm going to kick out because they don't meet the criteria. But, I mean, don't hesitate to put that in the inventory. And then I'll delineate that when I go out and do the inspections. If I do the inspection.
So the townships opt in by letting you know, you let the DOT know that you're opting in.
The township, I had one send me the deal today that they are opting out of doing the inventory themselves.
Okay.
They are hiring a consultant, which is fine. So they gave me that consultant's information. They don't have the option to opt out of the inspection. That's at the county level.
Okay.
We say if we're in or we're out. That's the way the rules were last night at 4:00 when I was at my meetings.
So the 350 comes to the county and the county pays the townships 100, or do we?
All the money, inspection will be 450.
Okay.
All the money will come to the county through the DOT when everything's validated. If you do it yourself, after I validate the number of structures, you got 26 structures, the county will mail you a check for $2,600.
Okay.
And then we will keep the 350 per structure that I do the inspections if we do the inspections. It'll all run through the DOT, then through me, and then down to the towns. Regardless if we do the inspections or not, it'll still come to the county for allocation.
So you would, the township that's going to have this one company do it, the county would then pay that. And
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions on that program?
I think it's smart to keep it revolving within the county.
I think so too, if you have the time and the expertise.
I'm a fan, and I'd hate to think I wasted all that school for nothing.
Right.
Make that motion in the form of a motion then if you need that.
And I'll second that.
Motion by Kyle, second by Martha to accept the responsibility or opt in or whatever.
Opt in for the bridge restriction or the under 20 small bridge culvert is what they call it now. Small bridge / culvert program.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Okay. This is basically for discussion, but lead me in the right direction. We have a boom mower, and that's a long reach mower on a tractor. It's got a lot of hours on it. The tractor is still kind of sort of okay. We've had a lot of tractor issues. Lauren, you probably remember, we bought a farm tractor and then put the mower on it. And we've had multiple issues, transmission, AC, but it's all set up. The mower itself, the long reach mower, has been rebuilt 3 times. My fabricator, as he rebuilt it the last time, so our clock's ticking on that. Right now, we're looking at approximately 18 months to 2 years out. That's what the salesman told us when we talked to him a couple of weeks ago. If you folks are okay with it, I will start putting together a package, start writing a spec. We've always talked over the years, because we do mow for towns if they need the mowing. They're actually mowing for a township today. And we've all said that unit should be going more. I don't mean that we ought to keep the old one, but if we decide to purchase a new one on next year's budget, at that point, you have to decide for selling the old one. Talking to the mechanics and certain salesmen I've talked to, they've recommended cutting the boom mower off, putting that in the scrapyard and selling the tractor as is. We would get more money for the tractor as a farm tractor than we would for the tractor as a boom mowing tractor. Because, it still looks good. And hopefully we fixed all the issues. I mean, we spent $20,000 and change on the transmission.
What is that? It's like 7230?
7230 or 7210. And it was first series of the IVT. And so we had all the issues with this, the IVT transmission. Knock on wood, we rebuilt it. And knock on wood, we haven't any troubles with it since. But if you folks are fine with that, I'll start putting together a spec and that stuff. It'll be a process. So we got plenty of time to think about it, what we want, so on and so forth. But I think it's something we need to start sooner than later.
How many of these do you have?
Just one.
Did we talk about this before? What you're getting a price, or we talked about trading in? Or?
Yeah. And the boom mowing, they made some design changes on the boom mowers. Really stiffened them up and made them heavy duty. I mean, we're getting the tractor and the bush hog that should come in March that we ordered last year.
Okay.
And we talked about at that time,
Yes.
because of the timeliness of getting the tractors, that we would this year order another tractor. Talking to the salesmen of different variety of tractors, they all think we'd get it this year, which I don't have budget for. So we need to drag our feet on that a little bit. But I'm thinking June, July, we may look at purchasing a tractor. And then there's the discussion, do you purchase a setup unit? That you have two major boom market, Diamond and Tiger, where both of them buy the tractor through, what's that, government bidding, Sourcewell. They buy the tractor and stuff and they bid it through Sourcewell, so you're guaranteed low bid. You can basically spec the brand, horsepower, and type of mower you get on it, and then they have them units done, set up with the, all the bells and whistles for a brush unit, but it's all purchased through Sourcewell, so you're guaranteed low bid. So basically, we get to that point, we can pick the brand and the type of mower, and the bidding's already done for us. And we're members of that now. Bobby got us entered in that, so we can buy our stuff out there. Part scanner. If you remember, and some of you weren't on a committee then, even back when we were in the old shop, our part scanner is how we track our inventory, was antiquated 10, 15 years ago. IT kind of built a patch where it's a multifaceted system, but we made it work. Well, now our existing scanner is taken. And obviously that's, you scan the barcode and everything's entered. That is non-supported anymore. They say it's an antiquated system, bought it, I don't know how many years ago. Talking to IT, its ship has sailed. We can't retro it anymore. We've been doing a little research on part scanners, and basically you can buy a system like a county to the north of us. It'll be $150,000, $200,000. I'm not a fan of spending that much. So I'm just giving you a heads up. I'm going to talk to IT, have them start searching, put feelers out to some other counties to see what type of scanner they are using. We used to do everything with paper and pencil, and it cost, we do inventory would take 2 to 3 weeks. This year, and as we've got better at it and we've reduced our parts, inventory took a day and a half this year, but it will need to talk to all our systems. So just giving you a heads up that we'll start that process of looking for that. More information to come.
I add one thing on that.
Mm-hmm.
So, pending approval on Thursday at County Board. So the ERP system that has been recommended does have inventory and will do barcode scanning.
Teaching.
And it does cycle counts, and as your inventory gets to a certain point, there's reorder points that are automatic. And you're able to fluctuate your cost. So if you're going to charge out for parts, you can do average, first in, first out, last in, first out, however you want to do it.
So that means finance would pay for it and I wouldn't have to pay nothing? Mm-hmm. You see where I'm going with this, Bobby?
I do.
Okay. Hey, I'm more than a fan. If we can get something that'll work integrated with that. Say we don't have a huge amount of inventory, but we have a lot of inventory. And tracking it is really important. So.
Yeah, but we do have that capabilities in the system.
Perfect.
John's got his hand raised.
John's got his hand raised.
On that, we currently import, all that stuff goes into chems, and so just if we're going to use the other software, the new finance software, that has to be able to be imported into chems, because that's where we do all our reports out of that are needed for the state. So I'm not sure that's going to work, but it's certainly a possibility, but currently everything goes through chems, which is what it needs to do for all the reporting we have to do with the state.
I'm with you. I haven't forgot about chems. All right, one more on that, hopefully sooner than later. And I don't know, Cassie, you want to take the next one?
Sure. I did an email from Jake Victor. They will not be requesting an extension.
Oh,
However, yeah,
wasn't it something with environmental?
Well, they would owe us money for.
no, it had nothing to do with an environmental, anything. There was some back and forth between the city on their development agreement and the timing on if it was going to get completed or not, because the state wouldn't release the $6 million in ARPA funds until they had a development agreement with the city. So it sounds like all of that is falling into place. He did, however, email me last night, and something that we'll have to look into here. Said, in preparation for our closing on the Vernon County Highway Shop, would it be possible to request that at closing, the county deeds parcel B directly to the city for $1 immediately after receiving the $850,000 in funds for parcel A? This will simplify things tremendously if we could take this approach. So Nikki and I briefly chatted on this morning. I don't have an explanation as to why they're requesting that. Yeah. Would it be possible to request that at closing, the county deeds parcel B directly to the city for $1 immediately after receiving the $850,000 in funds for parcel A? This will simplify things tremendously if we can take this approach.
Where's parcel B?
So I had Jerry get me a map too. So parcel B is here. That's smaller.
It's the
Parcel
piece.
back there. Yeah, Phil can
The
explain it better.
street splits A and B. A is the long diagonal section that the main shop and the two outbuildings are included in.
Okay.
Across the street on the city side, there's a piece down in the northwest corner. That's where the north shed is and our sander hangers are and our
Oh.
culvert storage. That's being referred to as parcel A.
So that must be in regards to what they hammered out as an agreement, so.
Perhaps.
I would
So
say it's probably,
yeah, if the committee is okay with it, I'll work with Nikki and the city on getting, an explanation on this request specifically, and if we're able to do that, or if we should do that. So I just wanted to make you aware that I did receive that request last night.
Yeah. He didn't explain.
He just said it would simplify things tremendously. I have to think it has something to do with their development agreement with the city, but I don't want to speculate.
When is the closing date again?
March 1st.
It's still March 1st.
So what?
But he specifically said to me that they are not requesting an extension.
Yep.
So this piece of it, we can look into and work out, but at this point,
It shouldn't make any difference to us.
No.
Maybe we can buy it back, keep the hangers.
Smoking units.
I don't think so.
100% profit.
Yeah.
It's good. Been waiting for that.
Okay. So I guess that's done deal. And then with all the schooling and trainings and all the above, I have failed to produce a driveway permit. So I'll have that next month. My bad.
Postponing anyway.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
I have one request. We don't get to see the highway bills and expenditures. We haven't seen them for a long time, and I don't know, we used to see them all the time. We get them from all the other committees, and we don't see them from highway. Is there just been overlooked, or?
absolutely, we can do that. That's what we do for, so just an example of how we do it for general government. I have all of the department heads that report to that committee, throw them in our shared folder, and then I share them out with my committee members usually a day or two ahead of time of the meeting, and then have an agenda item of review of bills, and that allows for time for the committee members to ask any questions. So if that's something this committee would like to see, then your department heads that report to you should be doing that.
That's my request.
All right.
Anybody got anything for Phil? Any requests? Okay. Solid waste and recycling.
3. Sorry, these are all the RFPs for the craft field, so.
And if you recall, we did make some changes to the lease agreement where we hammered out exactly what they were bidding on and rejected all bids previously, put it back out for bid. Stacy has the bids.
Here are the bids. Okay, Roger Lucy, 107 an acre. Brett Jansen, $200 per acre. And then this is the lease agreement that we had put on. We drafted and put on the website. Brian Schott, 202 an acre. And Paul Hansen, 185 per acre.
All the bidders meet our criteria then?
Yeah, these were the 4 that I had prior to 4 p.m. yesterday.
Okay.
We got 202, 200, 185, and 107.
Any discussion? Like the 202 has it?
Say if it's all equal, high bid makes sense.
Okay, so motion to approve bid from Brian Schott for 202 per acre for the 24-acre field for 2024.
Make that motion.
Motion by Charlie, second by Martha. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
All right, department update. So this is kind of a packet of information. First page is going to be front and back. This is the vouchers that I have put together since our December meeting. I did have them ready to go last month. I just forgot to print and bring them. The next is the revenue and expense report from New Vision. What is on file with the county as my financial report to you guys. And then the last page is the material volume report.
Stacy, can I ask in the future if we can get this a couple days before the meeting so you have time to review?
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll share.
No, that's okay.
Okay, so first page is all 2024 expenditures to date. The reason there are no dates or check numbers because these are vouchers that I haven't picked up the check or I just sent over yesterday for payment, but I wanted to include them on this. So far expenses for 2024 as far as vouchers is $37,640. These are all pretty standard. There is a pretty hefty one for Short Elliott Hendrickson. That is mostly feasibility study work. Yeah, anything on that page that anybody has questions? Okay, and then on the other side, the highlighted green part is 2023 expenditures that have been backdated. Liberty Tire, that's pretty standard. There's 2 of them on there, about $11,300 for 2 loads of tires that we backdated. Other big ticket items, again, Short Elliott Hendrickson for engineering and plan of operations work. Wisconsin DNR, that was for the 4th quarter recycling charges that we pay. And another Short Elliott Hendrickson for $2,600 for general and plan of ops. Any questions on the 23 expenditures? Okay, moving to the financials. So again, this is stuff that is through New Vision, through Bobby's office.
Wait a minute, Stacey, I do have one question. So the 4th quarter recycling surcharge is in the solid waste departments. Can you just explain what that is to me, please?
Yeah, so we pay fees associated to the landfill. And we pay into the recycling fund. So every year in June, we get the recycling grant. All landfills are required to pay quarterly fees into this fund to help fund the recycling grant.
Okay, thank you.
And then, so this is the reports that New Vision prints. So the first page is revenue. So it splits it out from recycling and solid waste. Total revenues to date through the finance department are $1.5 million, and that is including the insurance check for the compactors. The next couple pages are all expenditure accounts. The total of expenditures between the two departments is $1.506 million. Yes, you do that. I can do that for me. Yep.
What? You seen the per diem sheet? I lose it.
I have it.
All right.
Yep. Anything on that?
You don't have any January numbers, then this is through December.
This is everything that is in the finance office. I have, so in my office, I have additional, so for recycling, I have additional revenue yet to be put into New Vision of $43,644. That is including the DAT cap grant we did qualify for. I have the contract for. There are some funds that have been deposited at the treasurer that have not been processed through New Vision yet. And then we have 2 loads of recyclable material that we collected in 2023 that we just got shipped. By the time we get shipped and get payment, we'll be receiving the payment for both of those loads by the end of February. And then that would be backdated revenue. And then expenses, I have 1 week of payroll that will be backdated. I estimate that for the recycling side of things to be about $2,650. Insurance, which I just got notified this morning, was $9,400. And then depreciation expenses also not included in these numbers of roughly $34,000 for recycling. Solid waste side of things, there are $133,791 in deposited funds at the treasurer's office that have not been in New Vision yet. And then, so expenses, again, 1 week of payroll for solid waste is about $4,500. Insurance costs for last year about $9,400, and then an estimated depreciation amount of $163,000.
Any questions or comments?
Thanks, Matt. Last page is material volume report. Volumes are down 26% for the month of January compared to 22. Recycling fee items are up 25%, while the sale of recycling volumes are down 66% compared to January of 23, excuse me. And then leachate volumes are down currently 29% from last year in January.
Oh, just hang on, Stacy. I'm just reading here. Sorry for this, but the first page is the revenue guideline, correct?
Correct, yep.
So the revenue between both departments, the bottom line for the remaining balance was a minus $248,000, $974.24 revenue shortage, correct? Is that what that is telling me? Am I reading that right? Or what?
No. So the first line, the first column is the adopted budget.
Okay, yeah.
So 1.285 million was the
Okay.
budget, and revenues came in at 1.533.
Okay, so that is, okay. Gotcha. So that. Thanks.
As far as financial reporting going forward, do you guys prefer this New Vision? Because this is straight out of New Vision. The reports I've been giving you in the past were stuff that I had complete with New Vision plus what has gone through my office. So I was trying to give you guys the most up-to-date information, which unfortunately has caused a lot of confusion because when I present you guys numbers and then Bobby's presenting you numbers, they vary quite a bit. If you want, I would like to move forward with, I will present you guys this, but I can format it in the same format that you guys were receiving where it's color coded. There's, it's a little easier to read because these can get to be kind of, there's a lot on there. So I can consolidate it into the prior format if you'd like. But to eliminate the confusion, I will.
This should eliminate the confusion between two different sets of books and two different numbers. And Bobby had numbers and we had numbers. So we had a meeting and this is what they come up with. These are numbers that have already gone through Bobby's office. And that's the numbers that we will use instead of, Bobby's numbers being here and our numbers being there. And the next month it's like this because now that, so this should be more consistent and transparent than the way we were doing it before. We weren't doing it wrong before. We just
Right, but we have one system of record for the county, and
Right.
that's the system that we should be using.
And when we get the new accounting,
regardless of the
when we
format.
get the new accounting system, it'll even be more. I mean, it'll be quicker,
Yes,
between the solid waste
yes,
department.
you won't have a lag.
It won't be as much of a lag.
That'll be current up into the previous month then, or are we gonna be like a month lag again?
Right now, until we get the new system, it's probably going to be a month or better lag.
So it'll be March when we see January's final numbers?
Yeah. Yeah, because so I bring a deposit over, treasurer does what they need to do with it, then it comes up to finance, and by the time it gets through all these channels, stuff can be delayed.
The reason why you're so over on the revenue is, I see now is because before in the last reports that the miscellaneous revenue for the compactor isn't here.
Yes,
So that's why.
That's what's on the county.
That's what made that look like such a plus.
Yeah. and
So without that,
to you guys, 'cause
right, so without that $423,000, we would be at a loss of whatever on the revenue side. So that, yeah.
And just for clarification, the insurance check was $403,000. The other $20,000 in that miscellaneous is the sale of trucks.
Okay. So, yeah. That's why that looks so good.
Okay. So long-term care and closure came up at the last county board meeting. After the January county board meeting and the presentation of the 22 audit report, there seemed to be some confusion on the status of the long-term care and closure accounts. So I'm going to start by explaining what these accounts are and what they're for. So Vernon County has two separate escrow accounts currently with People's State Bank. One is for the closure of the landfill and the other is for the long-term care of the landfill after it is closed. At last month's Board of Supervisors meeting, there was some confusion on the liability versus the asset on the balance sheet of the solid waste department. I want to remind you that this again was the 2022 audit. They're over a year old now. Currently, the total value of the two escrow accounts is $3,815,653.56. That is as of December 31st. Right now, the required balance as of December 31st per the Wisconsin DNR, who mandates this stuff, is $3,835,696.55. So those accounts currently are $20,042.99 short as per what the DNR requires us to be at. The total liability on the balance sheet for the long-term care and closure is the estimated cost we would need at time of closure. The county, at the point of the 2022 numbers, had roughly 3 years of remaining time to earn interest and deposit funds into that account prior to the closure. Since the 2022 audit, the long-term care enclosure balance has grown $247,744. The department made a deposit of $155,000 in March of 2023. The rest is increased interest revenues. Unfortunately, during the year of 2022, the long-term care enclosure escrow account lost $800 instead of gained revenue as it's expected to, and we've talked about that. Once we learned that these accounts had lost money, Bobby, myself, and Karen, the treasurer, met with People's State Bank, made adjustments to the current investments, moved them into higher yield investments. Since that meeting, long-term care enclosure is generating interest revenue. From June 31st to December 31st of last year, these accounts gained over $110,000 in interest revenue. March 1st, we plan to move these investments entirely to the Wisconsin Department Investment Pool, which is currently earning over 5% in interest. Now, since the county board voted to move forward with the expansion of the landfill, that changes things. As part of the plan of operations that SEH is currently working on, and that was approved in October of 23 by the full county board, the long-term care enclosure plan will now be recalculated and designed with the expansion. The expansion is planned to be both a horizontal and a vertical expansion. What this means is we will be widening the current landfill footprint by roughly 4 acres along the entire east berm and building up the entire east slope and eventually over top of the existing landfill. We will only need to put a part of the current landfill into closure, meaning we will not need the entire estimated closure balance in 2025 like was stated at the county board meeting. We would not begin any part of closure of the current landfill until roughly 2027 to 2028. And the initial closure plan indicates we will only be closing roughly 5 of the roughly 10 acres of the current landfill. Now the long-term care, since the current plan is that we are not closing, we would now not need the full long-term care funded until the closure of the expansion in roughly 2040. We will continue to grow and add deposits as needed during the 15 years of future operations of expansion. And this is why annually I reach out to the DNR. I have them recalculate where they require us to be at because they want to make sure you keep up with it instead of like all of a sudden one day we're closing and we need to come up with the money. And that's why the long-term care enclosure was started because the DNR ends up getting left to holding the bag when these things aren't funded. Because somebody has to close it, somebody has to care for it. And if it's businesses have less stricter requirements on the long-term care enclosure, they can provide a line of credit letter. They can, there's conversation right now at the state that maybe municipalities can now bond for this. But right now we are cash funded. And so the $1 million shortfall that was talked about at the county board meeting is the full liability. And so when you talk about the long-term care piece of it, the county is on the hook for the landfill 40 years post-closure at a minimum. So once it's closed, it's not going to be generating revenue. So the DNR requires you to have a fund established to do things like the environmental monitoring continues. You still will haul leachate out of the landfill for years after it's closed. And just general facility maintenance. So the DNR, and per estimates from the engineers and approved through the DNR, the annual estimated long-term care costs of the landfill are $74,711 per year to care for the landfill post-closure. So the auditors take that $74,000 and times that by the 40 years. And that's the number you guys are hearing at the county board meeting. Now, which if you do that, the current balance in that account is just over $2 million. The 40-year time multiplication comes out to $2,988,460, which in theory is $916,000 short. However, the county does not need all of that money once the landfill is closed. That escrow account will only be reducing $74,000 per year, which means there will be a balance of nearly $2 million in this escrow account earning interest annually. So according to the most recent spreadsheet from the Wisconsin DNR, the escrow should generate enough interest to pay a majority of the annual care costs for over 30 years before it starts drawing heavily out of that long-term care. So unfortunately, we report the full liability of it, whether it needs to be we need to have the cash right there and then or not. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's I wanted to talk on the long-term care enclosure because I watched the meeting and there was a lot of concern on it, and so I just wanted to verify. I reached out to the DNR. Me and Bobby and Lawrence met regarding this because there was such confusion. So I hope that clarifies things. If it doesn't, please reach out to me. I have no problem answering questions on it, and so there's that.
So basically, Stacy, that 900,000, that the big ticket, it acts as like an annuity account. It's gonna like gain interest as time goes on to pay for it.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
I guess you can ask a question.
So, but this then assumes that the expansion goes forward, and if the DNR's incompleteness determination is the punctuation mark on this thing, then going forward, the deficit is far more real. Is that what I understand?
If the county chooses to not move forward with expansion, then once the landfill is filled to capacity, we will then be required to close it. And right now, the estimate for closure is, I think it's at like $1.86 million, and that fund, I believe, is at $1.7 million.
So it'd be like $100,000.
Yes, and that's
Short.
to close it, yes.
And it wouldn't be closed for a few more years, and that's in there collecting 5% interest plus now. So it would, it's almost self-sustaining. We get another couple points of interest. Will be, of course, that goes without saying.
Yeah, and in like 2020, 2022, the markets had tanked from COVID and our investments weren't earning anything. I think when me, Bobby, and Karen went and looked at them, they were earning 0.25%. Now we're up over 5%. And the DNR is thrilled we're moving these funds to their investment pool, and then we're working better with them too. They can keep an eye on our investments.
We can take another question.
$74,000 presumed operating enclosure time. Is that a budget for the leachate and the things that you actually need to do? So that is not a budget that covers any problem.
That is what the required long-term care enclosure covers.
The required long-term care enclosure is to maintain the basic follow-up of a landfill that's operating as predicted by engineers. It's not in any way accommodating of any nature of a problem that might arise.
No, I guess not. It's for the long-term care, but there would be that fund there.
Just to clarify, I just want to clarify that long-term care does not take into account any nature of problems that might arise in that wake of landfill operation.
Okay. Any questions on that for Stacy? When it's fresh in everybody's mind, everybody clear on that then? All right.
Stacy, will you be explaining that to the board on Thursday?
Yeah, and then other department update, I will be presenting at the county board on Thursday regarding the long-term care enclosure financials. Brian Kent from SEH, he's the lead engineer on the landfill and the expansion, will be here to present. Melanie Naday, SEH's hydrogeologist, will be here to discuss some of the hydrogeology of the expansion, to try to answer some of the questions and concerns. Yeah, so I over in the last month went to Outagamie County and visited their facility in to see they apply an alternative daily cover system. It's a mix that you spray across the landfill. I was really impressed with it. They just got a new machine. It's a machine you pull behind a piece of landfill equipment. You mix it up and you spray, apply it to the landfill. I actually saw them mix it. I saw them spray it. The result was pretty amazing. It was pretty windy down there. Their landfill is huge compared to our little slice of paradise out here. But so that is something I am going to be working really hard on this year, trying to get something like that implemented. I'm working with the company now. They did an analysis for me regarding the airspace savings that this daily cover would save the county. And the numbers are coming up with are pretty astronomical, as well as the savings, because right now we're required to put down 6 inches of sand as far as daily cover. In the past, we've run into issues where we ran out of sand, trying to find other alternative daily cover sources. Vernon County is not very industrial, so trying to find some of these sources that other landfills have the ability to use. We don't have those products, so we've been using sand, and that does take up airspace, and it does cost the department money. This stuff will cost the department money. However, we should see a significant airspace savings from that. So more to come on that. I'm still trying to figure out the equipment to apply it, if that makes sense. It's essentially, it's a hydro seeder, and you mix the material up and spray it over. It's got this company provides a bunch of different products. Like they have a intermediate cover product where you would spray it on and it lasts up to a year on the side slope, which again would be a savings for the county. It has an odor shield in it that you can mix with it to help if you've got, especially, deer carcass season is one that I can think of, or waste sludges. We could mix that odor shield with this stuff and then apply it at the end of the day to help mitigate some of the odor issues.
So that would help with peas.
Yeah, it's essentially a hydro seeder.
And it's also uses the leachate water for the mix.
There's some mix, like makes your seed in it.
Cedar, like this.
Yes, and it shoots out the seed. I've seen it on erosion control projects.
Yeah,
This is cedar.
yeah. And
DOT uses a lot.
Phil wanted me mixing our stuff in their hydro seeder, so I'm trying to come up with a new piece of equipment to spread it. It also has, again, the ability to hydro seed, which we've had land and water a couple times hydro seeding the landfill. It also has the ability to be a pressure washer to help kind of keep equipment clean, because our equipment operates in a very dirty and nasty environment. So more to come on that. I'm very excited about that. I think that's going to be a benefit to the operations by far. And then I just wanted to pass this information out for, because I didn't get an email before the meeting, but that's just information. I don't need to speak to it, but yeah, that's all I have for department update.
Hydro seeder up then?
Hmm?
Is your hydro seeder up then?
No, it is a specialty made hydro seeder by LSC. And the reason I didn't think you wanted me to use your machine is we have the ability to mix this product with our leachate water. As the water source to mix it to apply it to the landfill, and you're not applying it outside the landfill, so that's okay to be doing. You can also take latex paint and mix it with this product and water and apply it to the landfill. It actually creates a better shell that way, and then that is a safe disposal for our latex paint. So it's beneficially using material that we now January 1st started collecting. So, yeah, so on to the next one.
Daisy, can you email me the packet?
Absolutely. Okay, next one is hauler permit application. Some more information. Sorry. I received via email a hauler permit application for GFL Solid Waste Midwest LLC on January 2nd. The permit only licenses 2 of their fleet of trucks. Along with the permit application was the following letter. Dear Ms. Sanborn, on behalf of GFL, enclosed, please find an application for a 2024 Vernon County Solid Waste Hauler license. By applying for this license, GFL does not admit to the enforceability or validity of the terms of the hauler license, the hauling license ordinance, or any associated waste hauler agreement. GFL reserves the right to challenge and object to the terms of the hauler license, the hauling license ordinance / rules, and any waste hauler agreement. Contact me with questions. During the month of January, the only material that was brought in by GFL was the City of Viroqua waste, which is being required per their contract, and we actually bill City of Viroqua directly. With the lack of, we have not received payment for this application to date as of this morning. I'd like the committee to deny the permit application for GFL Solid Waste Midwest. I would like to invite them to reapply when they are willing to accept the guidelines listed in the application and pay the permit fees. Current benefits of this hauler permit that are being utilized still right now to this day by GFL include number 6 of the permit, or the .6 under general permit guidelines. I think I highlighted them for you. The first one is permitted haulers will be eligible to charge tipping fees on a monthly basis. Statements will be mailed out monthly. And then the second one, number 9, permitted haulers will be eligible to stage dumpsters at the landfill facility in the dumpster staging area for their convenience. The solid waste recycling department reserves the right to rescind this convenience at any time. There are currently 28 GFL roll-off boxes being stored at our facility.
I think it's pretty cut and dried. If you want a permit, you pay for the permit, and if you don't want the permit, you don't pay for the permit, and then you don't get the.
So if they're not authorized to permit the residential tipping rate, the only other tipping rate we charge right now is 120 per ton.
120 a ton. So that's pretty cut and dried. If you don't have a permit, you pay the fees. Anybody got any different ideas? Otherwise, we're going to have to give everybody that brings unpermitted garbage up there the $60 a ton break.
Along with the ability to charge on account, all of the dumpsters that are currently staged in our facility right now, then that would be applicable to everybody that wants to store something out there.
Whoever wants to store stuff.
How will that affect the City of Viroqua?
We bill the City of Viroqua directly, so we'll just set up a permit with the City of Viroqua for the billing part of it, because they're not currently hauling.
But GFL
has their own thing with GFL, and we just build.
Yes, so GFL brings their garbage into our landfill per the contract that the City of Viroqua and GFL have. And then we bill the City of Viroqua directly for the tipping fees.
But how do you allow that if you don't have them permitted to do it? They're still hauling into the landfill.
I can bring things into the landfill. I have no permit.
And we pay $120.
And we pay $120 a ton.
So if they're hauling Viroqua's trash, then they should pay $120 a ton for Viroqua's trash.
Right, and then we would bill Viroqua with $60 a ton.
And who pays the extra?
That's what I'm asking.
There would be no, Southwest or GFL would pay $120 a ton.
Why?
Because that's an unpermitted hauler's charge.
It's by contract that you guys force them into.
No, we're not. It's voluntary. They don't.
But they're in that contract.
They're not in the contract.
They're not.
They're not signing the contract.
With Viroqua,
That's legit.
and they're required to bring their garbage to Viroqua. They could haul it to their other location, couldn't they?
No, not according to the Viroqua contract.
That's what I'm saying. They're by contract required to bring it to our landfill.
Correct.
But you're requiring that they have a permit as well? Or you're willing to charge them but not charge Viroqua the extra money?
Well,
can we the guidelines of this permit, if you go through this is just standard operating. guidelines. It's not requiring any set volume of garbage from them. The reason that this letter was sent with this, there's no what rule they didn't like. They were at the meetings where we established this permit, and the city of Viroqua we will work separately with them. We will permit them for the waste that they're directing to our facility. But the hauler, we have no control over who their hauler is, right? But their hauler is telling us they're not going to abide by any of the rules. And some of the rules are simple things like tarp your loads and please wear a safety vest in the landfill. You know, there's nothing in here. You know, that was my point. And again, we invite them to reapply when they're ready to accept and abide by the guidelines. If we approve a application for a hauler without, that gives zero legitimacy to all the guidelines that all the other haulers and have already sent these in. They're abiding by daily. It null and voids our agreement.
I guess I'm concerned because if GFL, they're going to obviously push that cost back to the city of Viroqua. And I know when I talked to the city, they said as long as it stayed in that $60 range, they would have it sent there. But if it went up significantly, they would pull that.
Our agreement would be with City of Viroqua. We bill the City of Viroqua directly for their garbage,
But if you charge,
regardless of who's hauling it.
I understand that. But if you're charging GFL $120 a ton, they're not going to charge Viroqua $60.
They're not charging Viroqua for the disposal. We are. The county is charging them for the disposal. The $120 a ton would be for any other garbage that they're bringing in. Because right now, the only other material we've received is deer carcass. And actually, they're paying $130 a ton for that. Because that's a special waste. Otherwise, we're not getting any other volume.
I'm hearing that we're going to operate under the city of Viroqua.
Yes. Yeah, the City of Viroqua's agreement.
So we tend to bring anything up.
So then, this shouldn't be a problem.
But they need a permit.
Okay, but
That they pay
that's,
120.
No, we don't need a permit because we're operating under the city of Viroqua.
Correct.
What I'm hearing.
Correct.
And that doesn't mean we're getting invoiced for the additional.
No, the City of Viroqua gets invoiced for their disposal. Just like we have an addendum or did have an addendum with Big Hook. Right now, some of their townships, I bill the township directly for disposal costs. There's like 6 of them that I bill them directly for their disposal costs. This would be the same thing, but we would apply a permit for City of Viroqua instead.
so for those 6 townships, those haulers don't need to be permitted.
Their hauler is already permitted.
No.
Yeah, but you're not billing him. You're billing the townships.
But they wouldn't have to be.
The amendment that was made to their original contract allowing for this is their hauler is being billed, and then I send out bills to the townships. They pay on their account. That was how corporate counsel had set it up. And that was during the contract period. That's been going on for the last probably year.
But for those townships, though, by what you just said, though, they technically wouldn't have to be permitted to do that then.
They wouldn't because their hauler's permitted. Right now in this situation, we have a hauler that is not willing to work with our permit guidelines. So in place of that, we will permit the city, and then they can haul the City of Viroqua garbage under the city's permit.
But you just mentioned it was going to cost 120. Now you're saying it's not.
The difference is if they bring material that's not the City of Viroqua material, because the City of Viroqua will be permitted at the 60 a ton.
Right.
If they bring in other material, like let's say the highway demo project, if they're not permitted by the time they bring that stuff in and agreeing to work within our guidelines, it'll be $120 a ton, just like if Paul wanted to bring his bathroom remodel in as a resident because they don't have a permit. And again, this isn't, you can't ever have a permit if you're willing to submit an application for a permit without a letter stating you're not going to go by the validity of any of the terms in it. We'd be happy to give you an application and a permit. There's an invitation here for them absolutely to set up a hauler permit.
Allison.
And this hauler permit, this is universal, it's what you're asking all haulers, but it's something different being asked.
No. Nope, all the haulers, Big Hook AA, Town and Country, and all of your contractors, like the guys that do home improvement roofing, they all have the exact same right now. And all of the state licensed waste haulers have sent me an application, permit fees with no issue. I received no letter like this from any other permitted customer. $100.
So you can't.
If you sign it, that's it.
You signed it and sent it in without any money, so therefore it's not valid. If I did that with a driver's license, I wouldn't have a driver's license.
So is the problem here that the money wasn't paid for the permit then? That's the only problem?
My opinion,
Refusal to follow.
and the
refusal to
refusal to
follow
follow any of the rules in it. And I can understand if we were dancing on some of the rules that were in the prior contracts, but you guys approved this. We went through this. This is very general, pay your bill within 30 days, where you're required to permit at least one vehicle. Haulers required to use the scale computer to scale in and out. These aren't, you have to bring a set tonnage, there's nothing I feel unreasonable in this agreement that we've drafted and approved via this committee to warrant the, does not admit to the enforceability or validity of the terms.
We have a spokesperson from the company wanting the permit, explain what what they see an issue with as far as the guidelines.
I think it's the general operating guidelines. I think it's full control and some of the other legal issues.
Okay.
We're not about the general day-to-day operating. I mean, I submitted it, I signed it, but with the cover letter from our attorney, which I think speaks for itself. I don't have a copy of that in front of me. But.
Actually, the letter was from you, sincerely, Bill News.
I see no inference of flow control in there. We're not saying it has to come to Viroqua or to Vernon County. There's no inference of flow control. Just that if you're bringing it here, these are the terms. Not saying if you're bringing it to someplace else or anything like that. If you're bringing it here, these are the terms. Pretty cut and dried.
Yeah, really relevant because other than the city of Viroqua, we don't intend on bringing anything.
Well, other than the city of Viroqua, then that's, why didn't you pay it then if that's not relevant?
I didn't pay it. Why didn't you pay it?
I'm not invoicing. It's you sent me back the permit application with the 2 trucks listed, the total amount, vehicle permit fees enclosed, and then no check has been received for those fees. I've not invoiced anybody for this.
I think if there's more dialogue, he should come up so they can hear. If there is.
Any more questions?
So Bill, it sounds like what you're saying is regardless of signing, like, it sounds solved from an outsider. Just contract with Viroqua, and you're stating as a representative of GFL, you're not going to bring any other garbage anyway, whether you sign this or not.
Yeah, that's our intent.
No burned down houses.
Well, we have a transfer station, so the intent is to run everything to our transfer station and take it to our landfill. We've been clear about that all along.
Yeah, it's just a certain point.
We
didn't deny them a permit.
But didn't you bring that, wasn't that the beginning statement, is like, committee was denied them this permit because of this letter?
Yep.
That was your request. So what is the committee's response to that request? If they could just ask y'all to deny them a permit because of the nature of the letter. And now we're kind of at the.
With the refusal to follow the basic.
They were refusing to follow the direction of the landfill.
He said he'll pay it. So we're not going to accept it if he's still going to say, I refuse to follow your rules. That's common sense.
I'm just trying to sequence the layers here.
I mean, if you
It's not saying we're not going to follow it. We're not
It does not admit to the enforceability or validity of the hauler license, hauling license ordinance, or any associated waste hauler agreement.
Right.
So if you want to interpret it that way, I guess.
I have to agree that they're not saying that they're not going to abide. They're just not admitting as a GFL as an entity is not admitting to the validity of it or whether or not is it okay.
So
Yeah.
they're saying they're not going to follow it. They're not.
No, they're not saying, no, they're not. They're not. They're not saying they're not going to follow it,
Because we signed it and submitted it.
but they're,
Right. It's just $125. That's,
Yeah.
if you have an
obviously,
invoice.
yeah,
right.
$25 to get hold of.
right.
And
I understand, Nelson.
in the past, the fees were always waived, so, and you didn't communicate any of that to me. I'd have gladly paid it if you would have called me and said this is due. I'd have used my credit card, but normally we pay out the invoices when we receive the invoices.
With the letter I received with the application for a 2024 Vernon County solid waste hauler license, we do not admit to the enforceability or the validity. That's the one that got me, was the validity part. And then has the right to challenge and object to the terms of the hauler license, which that's what this is, what you're referring to it as, the hauling license ordinance rules and any waste hauler agreement.
Yeah, again, that's not saying we're not going to abide by the day-to-day operating rules. It's just we reserve the right to object.
What is?
To its validity.
To that. There.
This was sent to corporate counsel and myself, I believe. We're the only two recipients of that.
It sounds to me like, they just have.
But I mean,
an
everybody
opinion.
has the right to object if they want.
Right,
Right.
right,
That's,
right.
I mean, it's going to change anything, but I mean, that's for lawyers to figure out.
I don't think we should deny them a permit. I think you just,
Permits and again, our intention is to not haul or not haul much. There may be occasions.
I don't see an issue with it. I mean, I think.
So by signing it, sending it back, you're agreeing to the terms and the general guidelines and the.
Yeah, but we're not
And
agreeing,
user-
but we're not agreeing to the validity and we reserve the right to object. That's,
So I personally wouldn't sign something if I didn't agree to the validity of it.
I think that's just attorney.
Cassie, if we're
Exactly.
the topic on the table right now. I
I think it is.
The topic on the table. I know, if there were other contracts, other things in the county, and we received a letter like this, how do you think it would be received or responded to?
I've seen this. It didn't raise any red flags for me.
Okay.
Anyone, like Charlie said, anyone has the right to, even after they sign this agreement, challenge it. They didn't sign anything waiving that right. No one did as a result of applying for a waste hauler permit. We're not asking anyone to waive any rights. There are instances where we would do contracts at the county level where that would be part of the contract. This is not one of them. And anyone has a right to challenge.
Thank you.
So what you're saying then with our leasing our ag land, if we'd have got a cover letter with the bid, that wouldn't have been a problem.
Not if they sign the contract. Because they could still say, we reserve the right to challenge this. Anyone can reserve the right to take anyone to court on anything. That doesn't mean they didn't sign the contract and that a judge isn't ultimately going to find them liable.
But by signing the contract, that makes the conditions valid.
I signed
Well,
you agree.
Not necessarily.
Then why sign a contract if it doesn't
For any.
validate the conclusion?
But we're also assuming they're not going to follow it, and that's just.
It's not a contract, it's an agreement to,
We're just
for the hauler's
assuming.
permit. It's not a contract.
So by signing the contract and having this cover letter, we're assuming that it's not going to be followed.
No, we're not saying that at all.
No.
No.
they're just not agreeing to
We
the
signed
valid.
the permit. We applied and signed the permit and gave it to you. And we pay because we weren't invoiced. But we reserve the right to object or again, this is legalese, came from our attorney. We don't admit to the enforceability or the validity of the terms.
Unless,
We're willing to sign it.
so unless they don't follow it and you try to cite them or something, that would be where that would come into place. But if they follow it, then there isn't anything. But if they don't follow it, you could revoke the permit.
This is written by their attorney, and I feel any attorney would probably have the same language in any agreement. Am I correct in that?
And I guess that I don't see that every other one that signed it couldn't do the same thing.
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
that's my thought.
Well, what's the motion?
I make the motion to grant GFL Solid Waste Midwest LLC their permit.
Upon payment. Upon payment.
Oh, yes, send them an invoice for payment.
I don't think the payment was technically due anyways. until-
January 31st is what the cover letter that went out with the hauler packet stated. Was there a second to that?
Second.
All in favor?
I
Opposed? Aye. Motion passes 3-2.
Earlier or sometime last week, I'd like the committee, I'd like to seek alternative legal services for the solid waste and recycling department. I'd like them to review the hauler contracts, MOUs, flow control ordinance, all the letters we've been receiving from attorney Spear Schneider, and any other landfill matters, including GFL contract remedies and any ongoing matters for the solid waste and recycling department. I'm making this request because as I investigated the town host agreements of the other municipal landfills across the state, I found out that several other municipally owned landfills are utilizing contracts, MOUs, and flow control via their responsible unit to ensure they receive adequate waste volumes to operate their facilities. I find it unreasonable to think that all of these other municipally owned landfills can employ these strategies, that all these other landfills can employ these strategies, but we cannot. The current corporate counsel stated that these modes of waste securement are illegal flow control. Current corporate counsel gave the county guidance that we could and needed to implement historically a flow control ordinance in order to secure Vernon County's waste stream. That ordinance cost the county some tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees to draft and get on the county municipal code, which it is. And then now the same corporate counsel stating it's illegal for us to enforce and use that ordinance. I have here copies, I didn't print copies for everybody because some of these are very lengthy, but this is Dane County. They offer hauler discounts to the haulers. They have agreements in place with the municipalities that they serve. Marathon County utilizes a memorandum of understanding. They have these with all of their municipalities within their county and their service area. This is from Outagamie County. They, Greg Parnes, the director over there, we don't have any contracts with the haulers. We have our responsible unit agreement with the municipalities, but nothing for the private haulers since the responsible unit is in place. Lincoln County offers discount agreements, a credit account. They also offer contracts for their municipalities, tipping fee discounts, the city of Janesville. This is the hauler license application and then credit applications. Brown County, this is their municipal agreement. And then the agreements they utilize with their municipalities. Also their agreement for customers that want to utilize their facility. They also sent me their tipping fee structure, which is varied between who has what different contracts. And then finally, La Crosse County, and I know La Crosse County is always a point of contention because of the waste, the Xcel waste to energy system. They do not own the Xcel energy waste to energy facility. Xcel owns that. They have contracts with Xcel. They have contracts with governmental rebate agreements. They have hauler rebate agreements. They have flow control, but they don't utilize the flow control because they have these contracts in place. So I'm asking this committee for approval to move to general government and with a request for alternative legal counsel for the solid waste and recycling department.
Are there any questions or comments?
Out of all those landfills that you mentioned, which ones are the same level as you?
With regard to what?
Like for the flow control, because isn't it certain levels?
They're all municipally owned.
They're all municipal landfills. The only waste to energy facilities in the state are in La Crosse County and Barron County. Otherwise, the rest of these municipalities do not flow control to a waste to energy resource recovery facility. They may operate material recovery facilities, which 287, the flow control ordinance, does not govern. So, and right now, the solid waste department is being billed for legal fees. What is the harm in seeking an additional opinion on all of these things? Because this right now is about the only way we can contract and work with any of the municipalities, any of the haulers. Right now, we just approved a permit for a hauler, and it's just a permit. It's not a big deal, and we have no enforceability of it. So I don't see the harm in asking and getting another legal opinion. And actually, I have a video I'd like you guys to hear. If I can play it loud enough, I apologize if I can't. But this is a city council meeting.
Impacts of state statutes and concerns over illegal flow control and things like that.
This is the city of Viroqua.
George Hopkins.
Yeah, he will be. So this is the city of Viroqua city council meeting where they talked about our memorandum of understanding. The current speaker is Nate Torres. He is the city administrator. He's asking their city attorney, George Hopkins, about the legality of our MOU.
My responsibility to make sure that the council fully understand whether or not there is any risk or non-risk. And so I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
So this MOU is actually drafted from an MOU that Marathon County uses. It's very similar. The county's corporate counsel helped to draft and review this before I sent it out to the municipalities for review and approval. And as the municipality, you guys have the right to direct your waste to wherever you want because you guys are liable for it. So essentially you're directing that liability to the Vernon County landfill, which is locally owned, and we have a long-term care process for that if there is any issues with the landfill. Otherwise, you are now combining your garbage with a mega landfill, industrial waste, and whatever else they choose to place in there. That's because of that liability, you guys have that ability to direct your waste to wherever you want via your contracting. Our corporate counsel would not have allowed me to bring this to you guys if it was a concern of violation of flow control because that is not being looked at right now if the county is implementing our flow control ordinance.
What was the date of that?
George's are.
This was prior to our notice from corporate counsel.
Eastern interpretation of what I've had you look up.
And if you're going to speak, you need to.
You guys, it's
Somebody in the microphone.
No, or yeah, you can still talk or you can come up here.
I just have what's the relevance of this to?
I'm getting to it.
Okay. I did take a look.
This is George Hopkins, the city attorney.
The letter from Southwest or GFL's counsel. As you guys probably know, the issue with litigation some of the time is not whether you're right or wrong, it's whether it's going to happen. So whether we're right or wrong or liable or not liable, there's still going to be a cost involved if there's a lawsuit filed. Now, as best I can tell, I agree with Stacy. Contractually, we can contract to send our waste where we want to because we are a market participant, not a market regulator. We're not creating an ordinance that's directing where the garbage is going. We're contracting with somebody saying, if you want to take our garbage, you have to take it here. We have a right to do that as a market participant. I had to read things that I never thought I'd see again after law school. Thanks. But as best I can tell, that's all true. There were, I don't think threats is the right word, but allusions in the letter from counsel about tortious interference with contracts. I think those claims would most likely be directed at the county if they're filed. However, as I learned in first year civil procedure, there's going to be a lawsuit. You sue everybody. So that would probably include everybody that signs on to the MOU. And again, ultimately, whether there's any liability on the city for entering the MOU, honestly, I could not find any cases or any precedent in Wisconsin that deals with it. My gut feeling is probably not, but again, we're looking at being along for the ride if it happens. So, I mean, that's something you have to hold in the back of your head. I don't think we'd be a major target, and there's a bunch of other people signed on. We'd all be sitting in a line at a table somewhere, wishing it for it to be over. So that's what I've got. If you have any questions, I can try to flesh it out.
So that is another attorney giving City of Viroqua guidance that they do have the ability to direct their waste, which our council is now stating none of these MOUs are legal because we can't be requiring these things. And I don't see the harm in getting another secondary opinion on behalf of my department.
It's not, no,
It's not the same thing.
Yes.
Two different, city has the right to send it where they want. Question is, can the county direct everybody for it to come there? It's not the same issue.
that's not, you're talking about two different things. I'm going to talk about one thing, and that is the fact that our council drafted this thing. It was with council's blessing that we put it out. And after she put it out and it was all good, then she says, no, it's not good. That's one thing. The other thing is the county paid thousands of dollars to have this ordinance drafted so that, and sitting on solid waste committee for years, we've always been under the assumption that all we have to do is click yes, we're going to enforce flow control because we have our problems that we had with our ordinance corrected. All we got to do is click yes, now it's enforced. And then all of a sudden when we talk about doing that, it's like, oh no, you can't do that. Well, this is the counselor that said we can do that. We made it so you can do that, and now you can't do that, and we paid you to do this. We are a resource recovery facility, no doubt. That's part of being able to enforce flow control. It also says at the end of that it is to convert to energy. That's only one of the parts for resource control facility. We are a resource control facility, whether we just do one load of plastic a year or we have a full-fledged thing going out there like we do. That is a resource recovery facility which entitles you to flow control. The Supreme Court has talked on this and shot it down on many cases. I don't have that slip along with me that Gail said that he had looked up with. But we are the responsible unit of government. We are given the responsibility, both financially, to control our garbage. The government hasn't done that with anything else, only garbage. And because they have given us that responsibility, they've also given us the ability to do flow control to make sure that we are financially stable enough to carry on what they give us the responsibility to do. They haven't given us the responsibility to open up a medical center and say, okay, everybody's got to come to our hospital. They told us, you are the responsible for your garbage. And because we made you responsible, we are going to give you the ability to direct your garbage so you can be financially viable. That's the law, that's the statute, that's where it stands. All this stuff we hear from every place else is just hearsay and a lot of nonsense and, whatever you want to call it. This ability not to be able to go out to citizens' places and collect their recyclables and all their glass and stuff like that. We're the responsible unit for doing that. You go out into the country and you see these dumpsters sitting there. They're full of glass, all their cans, everything goes right in there. The ones that we have in our township, that you don't see them down the recycling center bringing their glass and their plastic and their cardboard and their tin cans. They're not coming down there. Everything is going into that dumpster. Gassers had it. They switched and everything they had, all their glass, everything was going into their dumpster. They switched haulers. Then all of a sudden they get turned into the DNR for not properly recycling. They weren't properly recycling for years until they switched. According to Talia, that's the truth, and she owns the place.
They got recycling. They were putting the glass and other recyclables in it, that's on them, but they had that.
What about the people in the country? I don't see any recycling bins by all the other bins. Okay, I agree with that. They can subscribe for service and have it picked up at their house.
Whether they hire a private enterprise or they give their.
Or whether they actually do it, that's on them.
That's on them.
Right.
And it's the responsible unit. You're right. It's their responsible unit job to enforce that.
Right. Allison.
Well, because I hear this is coming my way.
Everything comes your way.
So I want to, like, put this back into what we're talking about. Your concern, if I'm hearing right, is that you are given a draft of MOUs created by Corp Council, and then later the MOU was created by Corp Council. Bear with me. And then that was circulated, and then after that circulation, it was, we shouldn't have done that. Is that right? Is that what you're hearing?
Yes,
So what you're asking general government to do is to seek a second opinion? Is that what you're asking?
I get a different lawyer's first, another opinion. That was this, you were in there in the meetings and instrumental in the hiring of corporate counsel. I like Nikki. She does a wonderful job with human services and everything like that. But when it comes to this is not her forte.
I think the question that came into the concern was you put on there the rebates where it wasn't initially on there, correct?
Because corporate counsel said in order to have an enforceable contract, you have to have a give and a take. And I threw out the rebate to her and she said, that'll work. And corporate counsel and I had multiple meetings, and unfortunately they're not public meetings, where that MOU, we took the one from Marathon County and redrafted for Vernon County. And then I brought it that final to where she was at that meeting. Unfortunately, that meeting wasn't recorded either because unfortunately Tim Hunt wasn't able to attend that meeting. But the MOU was drafted in cooperation with corporate counsel. I took it around, circulated it, and then all of a sudden we start talking about hauler contracts and these MOUs, and we get a letter, and all of a sudden now we can't do that. Where was that information when that was brought up originally? Why wasn't that stopped
After you
then?
asked that question, what is the answer?
The big issue is flow control.
Why was it like you're saying because this is gonna come to my meeting next week. So you're saying you were given advice, it was taken away. What was asked? Why did it get to, what did she say?
Because there's inferences of flow control.
Right.
And also on the last cease and desist order that we got from Bill's attorney to no longer collect recyclables from our citizens and to stop our pilot program. The pilot program, I believe, was run through corporate counsel.
I sent her an email asking if it was legal. She said that she didn't see an issue with it other than it had to come before the infrastructure committee because it was a policy decision.
And then when we got that, as a lawyer, I would think that Stacy should have been involved with the decision to see how the whole thing went down before a cease and desist went out. And I agreed with the cease and desist. At that time, I didn't know Stacy hadn't been notified of it.
Stacy implemented the program before the policy to implement the program was officially approved by this committee.
Yes.
The implementation piece of it was never presented to Nikki, which is part of the reason, and this is a closed session item, so I don't want to go too far into it right now, but that is part of the reason why we received the cease and desist order due to the implementation of that program.
Yeah, we were all blindsided that it was even happening.
And I thought that policy, we already provided recycling services to several businesses through all of the years that facility's been operating. Actually, at one point, the solid waste department was hauling recycling for Southwest Sanitation out of the city of Hillsborough. So this department has provided recycling services to businesses since inception. We used to haul we hauled hazardous waste out of the Doll Pharmacy. We've aided several departments with dumpsters for cleanouts and building projects for the county. The one in Coon Valley, Bora reached out to me about recycling paper. We made an attempt at that. To me, I assume the policy is already set. We've been providing recycling services to business and residences alike since.
We are we're recycling. That's what Vernon County does, and by past practice, okay, maybe this was a new area that, we said last time we should have looked into. But I mean, what I'm wondering is what other department in the county gets micromanaged? I mean, it's like, it just doesn't. I
think every department probably does.
Well, and back to the legal side of this, what is it going to hurt for this department to get another legal opinion to review these things? If corporate counsel's right, great, they're right. Now they have another lawyer backing them. But right now, how can every other municipal landfill in the state contract and utilize MOUs? How can they do that and all of a sudden little Vernon County can't? Adams County hauls garbage. They haul recycling for residents. They actually operate a hauling company out of their county facility. So I don't understand how all these other municipalities can do that, and we can't even contract. The best we can do is offer a permit.
We want solid waste and recycling to be successful. And to be successful, we're going to need some of these tools that are being denied us. And I think they're being wrongly denied us. But maybe with another opinion, maybe it'll back up the fact that we have to do it this way. We need to know.
I guess I disagreed with the piloting program for recycling because if it got too large, that was my point.
If it got too large, it would have been even better.
But then you'd have to hire someone and.
Well, all of our departments get larger, and we hired another person in IT. There's a bigger IT department. Worse because we hire more.
Topic there, and that's more of a closed session discussion.
And I have emails all the way back to the original 2017 contract discussions. The county operated and had a similar permit like we have now. We had that permit in place. They had used it the 25 years prior to this becoming an issue. And so in 2017, I received the legal question, is the agreement titled Vernon County Solid Waste Hauling License an enforceable contract? The legal analysis, this is a valid contract here. The county made an offer to grant a hauling license in exchange for services as enumerated in the rules. And then a year later, we get another statement that the hauling ordinance, which was an ordinance on the county books requiring any state licensed waste hauler to obtain a license through the department, which that ordinance is still on the books, whether that is flow control ordinance and whether it's enforceable. And council's opinion on that was that it was an illegal or a flow control ordinance. Conclusion, the solid waste hauling ordinance in its original or current form is not valid and therefore not enforceable because it does not comply with the statutory requirements a county must follow to implement and enforce a waste flow control ordinance. I then asked what we needed to do to rectify that. I was sent statute 287 with the guidelines of implementing the flow control ordinance. The county then moved forward with working on contracts with haulers as well as implementing and going through the procedure of 287 to implement the flow control ordinance, which today is still on Vernon County's books. Also, I have an email here where corporate counsel, it was further suggested by Gail that I touch base with attorney Tim Spearschneider. This is in 2018. I updated the memo per Tim's suggestion to include that statute that guides waste flow control ordinances was a statute adopted in 1983. So that's corporate counsel working with the current attorney that we're receiving orders from. you know, there's been a lot of, to me, conflicting opinion. I've been with this department since 2015, in charge since 2018, and we've been receiving conflicting information. Like, they drafted the flow control ordinance. Here is the draft that I got emailed. If that we couldn't enforce something like that, why would we go through all of the steps to put it on the county books? That was all done under legal advisement. So I'm pleased just asking for it to be able to reach out to another attorney. I have one from Outagamie County, so it's somebody that's completely out of even our region in Wisconsin. They worked with this attorney for their siting agreement, so they're versed in solid waste law. And I'm asking this committee to just allow me to seek a secondary opinion on matters of the landfill.
Is there any reason not to? Cassie?
Who's paying for it?
My department's currently being billed for legal services.
We budgeted for legal services.
I didn't budget for legal services for 2024 because prior years' legal affairs required all legal bills to be sent to them. So
I have making a point to this committee that if you move forward with that expenditure is going to come out of solid waste budget. It's not coming out of corporate council budget that we have allocated for the county. As solid waste runs as an enterprise fund, it's charged for its own legal services, as we do with Vernon Manor. So just a point of consideration, it's an unbudgeted item.
Who's going to pay for, if we don't get a different attorney and we stick with our attorney, who's going to pay for that?
Solid waste pays for.
Okay, so no matter which lawyer we get, solid waste has to pay for it. And it's an unbudgeted item because we previously weren't charged for that. So that's an unbudgeted item no matter how you look at it.
It is. We are currently contracted with AppSwing for an hourly rate. I would anticipate if you use an outside legal firm, that rate would more than likely be about double your hourly rate. And there'd be a lot of background work that would go into it. And I'm just pointing it out from a budgetary standpoint that there is an expense associated with it.
Is there a reason not to get another opinion when we have all kinds of this stuff going on?
Well, for one of the reasons she pointed out, and I guess, you know, we as a board approved Nikki again for another.
And we also approved as a board the ability to go outside that. And during them discussions, this was a major reason why.
But I think Nikki did a lot of research in this department.
And then she also changes her mind on it.
That's unfair.
Yeah.
I haven't had an opportunity to respond, but I do have my livelihood in my legal career, and I cannot allow false statements to be made in an open meeting about me and my professional reputation without having an opportunity to be heard. It's called defamation.
No one,
And
we're not
with that
defaming you,
said-
we're wanting a different opinion.
And with that said, I'll also caution the committee that if you go with outside counsel, any counsel you get, their advice is only as good as the facts the client provides. Omissions need to be watched for. Presenting issues and facts in a vacuum will contaminate and influence the opinion you receive.
Is that perhaps why some things had changed?
100%, Kyle.
Okay, thank you.
If my department is being billed for legal services, regardless of who the attorney is, and if I am able to seek outside legal advisement on all of these issues, if there is the ability to contract with haulers or municipalities, because if I'm able to do that, then I can go out and contract waste volumes to be delivered to our landfill. Right now, I have zero ability to secure any waste volume when all of the other landfills in the state are able to do that.
That's what I'm.
My hands are completely tied as far as volume for the landfill right now. You guys have me completely.
I guess from I would like to know how Adams County can operate their own company within Adams County and pick up recyclables and be in direct competition. And we're not even allowed to go up and pick up glass from a bowling alley.
And Adams County has been contested. That has been contested and it has been dropped.
So I'd like to know that. And if it costs us a few $1,000s to find out that someone's right, then that's fine. But I would like to know why Adams County and several other counties can do this and we can't, and why isn't our flow control ordinance that Swain?
No, Lauren, that is false history. That is unfair and false. I said all along the illegalities and the cautions. And when my advice is then presented in a vacuum and incompletely, that's incredibly unfair, which is why going forward, you've already seen me have to say anytime I talk with this department, based on these facts and with this understanding and these assumptions, because otherwise I have seen time and time again that it will be used against me and incorrectly and out of context.
Is our flow control ordinance valid?
You cannot have the flow control enforced when we don't have the type of facility appropriate for it. Now, I was lied to directly at the time of the flow control analysis that we did indeed have that kind of facility.
And Nick, from the Wisconsin DNR saying that to our facility. I sent that to you, and my response I have on email was, can we set up a meeting? And then the county went forward with the flow control ordinance anyway. Right here, because I reached out to the DNR because 287 did not apply. We are not, I'm sorry, but we're not a resource recovery facility licensed. We are a material recovery facility. I reached out to Wisconsin DNR at the time that this was discussed because I had concerns that the 287 flow control ordinance did not apply. We already had contract, which was also an opinion given by corporate counsel, and the original opinion that the license we had was an enforceable contract.
I'm not going to be able to stand by any opinions I've given you in the past when you only give me part of the facts and with omissions. And that probably went the same for DNR and what you told them and omitted.
I asked them if they could speak to whether 287 applied to my department. And the department's response was, the county, if the county wanted to, actually, I'm going to read my email.
Lauren, can we get back on the agenda item?
Well, we are on the agenda item.
We are.
So I've already ended my take, which is I won't be able to stand by any opinion I've given Stacy Sanborn in the past based on what I have now known to be true, which is she only provides me some of the facts, not all of them. I can't provide opinions when I don't get the full picture from my client, nor can I protect them when they don't give me the full picture.
And that is the reason we had that go around with the flow control issue and emergencies to begin with.
That is not fair because I provided
Allison, during contracting time for corp counsel and in general government was all this brought up as a big, was all any of this brought up as
yes, I said general government, my concerns about corporate counsel and contract law as well as conflicts of interest.
Yes. I mean, yeah, like did Stacy present her concerns? She did. If that's what you're asking.
Mm-hmm.
So from general government standpoint is that there was built in that if a committee determined they needed to seek outside counsel, we were eliminating that barrier of saying that we could not. So in very, that was the guideline. But there's a whole lot going on right here. But that, yes, that was put in to be able to address if a committee or if administrative coordinator or if corp counsel felt that they needed to step aside, whatever. We built that in for all parties to have an avenue.
Mhm.
And if we seek outside counsel and they agree with current corporate counsel, then that is given validity to corporate counsel. If not, then that gives me the ability to contract with the municipalities, the haulers, to guarantee you guys a volume.
Well, it gives you two opinions. It gives you a
Yes.
committee two opinions.
To go
That's what
through.
it gives you.
But then do you have to get a third or a tiebreaker?
Yeah. I mean, what is it
I'm
gonna
just
hurt
saying
to
that-
get another opinion?
I just don't understand how these other municipal landfills can do what they do and we can't.
Cassie, are you able to work with current corporation counsel and Stacy and present all the facts to corp counsel and figure out and get this done? Figure out the validity of what they're asking, of what she's asking for? Is that possible?
Knowing the history here, I'm not sure we're going to have a resolution.
I don't think so either.
When there's emails with statutes and things like this,
Talking about starting over. Present the facts,
this information,
get the information to Nikki for what she needs. And start over then. If that's what you're looking to do, to validate what you guys want on your agenda, start over then. And give her all the facts
Or contact the DNR.
and everything else.
I'm happy to be an intermediary if that is the route
If that's
the
what it
committee
takes.
wants
Work with our
take.
current corp counsel.
However, I am not an attorney. But
I find it unfair that the statements that I have not provided all the factual information on all of these opinions. I think that's very unfair to me. I'm the department head that works there day in and day out. I know more about that operation. I should be the source point, and I find it very unfair that it's being said that I'm not giving all of the
You did.
information.
I've got it in, I mean, but
Well, we're getting on.
Yeah.
Yep.
A big thing that general government did put in was relying heavily on the administrative coordinator and what the opinion on seeking a second opinion about a corp counsel. Like, so what do you think?
Right. So the resolution did state if we expect that the contract's going to last more than 90 days, then it does have to go to general government. Like I said, it's up to this committee and whether they want to expend those additional funds to get an additional opinion. I've reviewed every opinion that Nikki's given me, like she said, with the information that was provided to her. And that's what we've been using to advise the committee step by step. Are you asking for my professional opinion on if we should continue to use Nikki or get an outside firm or?
The parameters laid out with general government, there's this past 90 days, it goes to general government for extended relationship, extended. But there's a big push that it goes through you as the coordinator if you think with committee support it's necessary to seek outside counsel. That was part of it too.
If this committee agrees to it, then yes. But if this committee does not agree to it, then I would say no, as I am not the policymaker.
Well, then within 90 days, can I seek outside legal counsel to review the current situation right now?
I believe it's going to take more than 90 days, and which is why I also advise for budgetary that it's going to be a significant expense.
That will be a very
The amount of time to review our flow control ordinances, the MOUs, review what other counties are doing, DNR guidance, and then moving forward with advice, presented to your committee, ultimately the board. That is why I made that determination that it was going to last more than 90 days and said it has to come to this committee and then general government. That I foresaw that as not just a less than 90-day commitment.
I still, why, I understand the additional legal, but we've already spent tons of money here on legal fees and opinions that have significantly tied the hands of this department. If we get another legal opinion that says, no, you guys have the ability to contract with haulers, that might increase my revenue, because right now, we're not able to contract with anybody. I'm not able to do anything to secure anything right now. So if we do get another legal opinion, the committee wants to go through that opinion. With that opinion, that could potentially lead to an additional revenue to pay for the legal fees and be.
Stacey, I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah, I'm
presenting my opinion on the timeline and why I feel, based on the resolution that was passed by the board, that it needs to go to general government with recommendation from this committee.
I guess I have a simpler thought. So right now, the biggest debate is flow control enforceable or not, correct? So, and we've got two different opinions. Can we take both opinions, send it to the DNR and ask for a ruling?
The DNRs, and actually I already have the DNR's ruling regarding our facility.
But what's Nikki?
No, but that's what I'm saying is that's from what you submitted. I'm saying what you submitted, what Nikki ruled out saying that it's not enforceable, send it to the DNR and see which one is correct. No, we don't.
One, the DNR is not going to give us legal opinion. It's the DNR, and I already have their ruling on 287. If I was able to read it without being interrupted, the DNR, I asked them whether State Code 287 applied to our facility, and their response was, if the county wanted to use 287.13 to justify requiring use of the county landfill, it would not apply. That section of statutes can only be applied to direct waste to a facility that converts or recycles solid waste into usable materials, products, or energy, or to a facility that incinerates solid waste for energy recovery. And I hope the cleanup from, well, then she gets into the flooding, but that was from Kate Strom Horns in August of 2018, which at that time I did forward to corporate counsel. So they said that 287 didn't apply then, but then we moved forward with the flow control ordinance for corporate counsel.
No, because that's, again, taking things, it wasn't going to be enforced.
So I guess that's where
So wait, the DNR is saying it's not, like, they just said.
They said that
supported.
What I said, what I've been saying, correct.
But why would council then draft an ordinance?
So you're going to throw me under the bus for drafting something you insisted I drafted when I also drafted it with the advice and information to you that it wasn't enforceable.
Why would I send you statute from the DNR stating that we shouldn't, that doesn't apply to us if I thought it was enforceable? I wouldn't have sent you that information. I sent that to you because me and Gail were like, that doesn't apply to us. And we were negating the current contracts we already had in place to put this flow control ordinance in. And all along, Gail and I, and now Gail thinks that this does apply. I still do not believe it does apply. And that was why I sent you that. Why would I send you information from the DNR if I was in favor of implementing this ordinance?
see, this is the conflict.
Please allow me to seek outside legal services.
You know, that
I think we just heard an opinion from the DNR that says we can't
That backed up
enforce our ordinance.
And to Nikki's defense, if she was given something to do, as far as that MOU is concerned, it was up to she gave her opinion, even though she drafted it, correct? But just because certain people don't want to listen to that opinion, that's not her fault.
That's right, Kyle. Thank you.
That's not her fault. We can have her do all sorts of things here at the county. And if she gives us her opinion, I don't think we should do this, that doesn't mean she's not going to do them.
And it doesn't mean it was my agenda to do it. Like, me drafting an ordinance is not reflective of my agenda. My opinions that I give, I don't have an agenda other than to make sure that I'm taking the facts given to me and applying them to the law and telling you guys what risks are out there.
So
that's my job.
So how can Adams County keeps going back to that with me. How can Adams County have their own?
That is, we aren't even talking about that now, Lawrence. We're getting off the agenda.
No, this is the agenda. Why is our corporate counsel telling us that we can't?
Can't what?
Can't what?
Because we don't have a resource recovery facility.
She's trying.
But Adams County is not a resource recovery facility either.
I don't know, but I don't want us in a lawsuit with a ton of money. So if Adams County is doing it wrong, that's fine, but it's. not
Adams
something
County
that I'm
has
going
been
to
through the
tell
courts and it was enforced by the court.
Do it against my advice, get sued, pay for it, and at least I did my job by knowing that I gave you my advice. It does not, I don't need you to follow my advice. I need you to hear my advice, and you've heard it.
Can we please get another legal?
Fairness, that's always been the position I've heard from court counsel and everything we've done, that this is my legal opinion. It's up to us as the policymakers to determine if we're gonna follow it.
So
I get what you're saying, Stacy.
I'll sleep at night.
So Adams County has the
That's
full control
not-
ordinance?
My comment is not
They
negating.
handle it through contracts
I'm just stating what.
and they have their own garbage truck that they go pick up people's stuff and they, yeah.
But handling it by contract is in full control.
Correct.
Correct.
We had contracts the last 5 years, and then we had the special meeting regarding the hauler contracts. And I guess it was my understanding, which we couldn't contract, it was flow control. And that's why we went to, everybody pays, just gets a permit and it's $60. Is that not the impression of this committee at that meeting, that we were told contracting was illegal flow control?
MOU was illegal flow control also.
Yes, so that's why we have this permit application and everybody's paying $60 a ton. Within the last 5 years, we were contracting with all of the state, it was a state licensed waste hauler, received a discount of tipping fee. Which is exactly what all of these other landfills are utilizing, and we're not able to use those right now per current corporate counsel's advice. Please let me seek another opinion. And again, if they agree, then fine, then I'll have that and we will then know. And it would maybe answer then some of these other agreements. But right now, we have one opinion. And please let me get a second one. What is it going to hurt? It could just reinforce corporate counsel. And if that's the case, then I'll shut up. But I just find it to be a tough pill to swallow that all of these other landfills can contract and we can currently not under advisement.
And what if it costs you 20 grand to do this? Are you comfortable with that?
What it's already costing me thousands of dollars. Martha, it's already costed this department tens of thousands of dollars.
But you're talking another 20,000 or whatever.
But what if they disagree? What if they say you can contract and I bring that opinion and then we have the ability to contract with haulers to secure waste? Now we have a waste revenue security to pay for those fees. And if it doesn't, well, then you know what? Then we know. Then the current corporate counsel has been backed up by another outside attorney. But I please ask that you let me seek another opinion and it be an outside of the area attorney, because then we know it's an unbiased, no conflicts of interest situation.
And a lawyer that has been involved with landfill issues is going to be very familiar with the subjects and not, if you want a divorce, you get a divorce lawyer. If you want a landfill opinion, you get a landfill lawyer. I don't see what it's going to hurt. I just don't see the negative side of it, other than it might be, the money the money we spend on the other lawyer is money that we're not spending on the present lawyer.
She's already done her due diligence. So, that you're not going to have that expense. And to me, I know when we talk flow control, when she talked lawsuits, I said, I don't want to even touch that then, if there is any chance that we could possibly have a lawsuit.
My biggest driving force of this is the ability to contract. I would like to be able to contract with our
I
municipalities,
agree.
with our haulers, to give the county a form of security for my department and revenue, because right now, my hands are completely tied. I have no way to provide you guys any security on the landfill expansion.
But contracting with a municipality wouldn't be flow control.
Right.
Right.
And we're being told that I can't contract with anybody.
We didn't
We did
contract.
contract. They passed the MOU and then heard it was invalid. They still went through with their contract and included the stipulation that their garbage is required to be brought to the Vernon County landfill. And you heard Mr. Meeks, he said that is the only garbage they're bringing us because they are contracted. Contract. That's my main driving force. I don't want to have to go around with a hammer and stick and require flow control. You get more bees with honey. Contracting and working with our haulers, the municipalities.
So the contract is between the city and the hauler.
Yes, we have nothing to do with it other than that they're sending their garbage to us and we are billing them.
So if a municipality wants their garbage brought to Vernon County, couldn't it just be put out there that the city of Roquo does it this way and that's an option? And then you're out of the full control thing again?
Right.
I mean, it's kind of the same thing as what the MOU was you're trying to get them to do their part to keep it going.
Yes.
But that would do the same thing, right? But that's what I'm saying is, instead of saying you're going to sign an MOU, which, okay, we're not going there, but you could just suggest that the municipality signs a contract with the hauler to bring the garbage to Vernon County.
Which, without any formal legal agreement with the municipality where they will direct their garbage to our facility, they have the ability to go tomorrow, well, it's getting too high, we're going to send it, we don't care.
Right, no, I understand that.
You know,
Well,
there's
why-
no security
but it's
there.
Why as a municipality won't you want to have that option? That's our given right to do that.
And it's illegal for us to enforce that, which I have been.
Right, but there's another way to do it. The municipality is just,
Leave it up to the
We talked about that,
municipality.
Charlie, right?
Right.
You don't want to force the
no, but
county to have to act with a third party and basically a roundabout controlling the third party,
Right.
because that's in essence going to be that flow
Right.
control as well. We're walking ourselves into lawsuits with illegal antitrust conduct. That's just what it is. And I keep saying it. And I mean, you can do it if you want, but you got to do it with the risk and awareness that you're battling some deep pockets likely.
So
But I hear the big question is why can other counties do?
Exactly,
That's what they can't
exactly.
get their head, like, why can they do? it?
Why can other counties do flow control?
Contracts.
I think that's.
Contracts.
why can
They're
they
doing
have contracts
Because they're
with
resource
both
recovery.
municipalities? They're not resource recovery
not.
facilities. There's only 2 of those in the state.
You can send me the fact pattern. Nobody's presented it to me, but I'd be happy to look at an analogous. If you're arguing that there's an analogous situation that's been vetted and found to be legal, let's look at it and explore it.
That's what I think.
I think we need to do that
By
instead
another
of,
attorney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
By another attorney is my request.
I think we can use our current attorney.
I think so too. There's a reason we hired you that.
But there was a reason also why we wanted in the contract to go outside.
Well, that's true. I mean, I would like to just clarify, has Nikki seen these like you just had a compelling stack of, from other counties, like that was compelling to me. Like, why is this okay by other counties? Has that been seen by our corp council?
No, I have not sent those contracts from other municipalities to corporate council because we have been told we are not able to contract.
Did our coordinator see any of that information?
Nope. I sent
You
it,
sent it to me
I did send it to
in
you.
the request for
'Cause I-
alternate legal counsel. You sent them as attachments. So I found about half of the attachments to be irrelevant to this conversation in terms of flow control.
That they're not flow controlled, they're contracts.
That your argument, like, some of it was not relevant. Like, I think, you know, we can look into the Adams County issue as to how they're able to do it, and we're not able to do it, I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to look at.
What about Marathon County? What about all the other counties that are doing
If
contracts?
Stacy wants to present me with a list, I think we can look at it. I don't see anything, but that option has not been presented to Nikki at this point.
Did this committee not get advisement from current corporate counsel in October that we could not redo our hauler contracts because they were illegal form of flow control? Is that not what you guys were given advisement on? And that's why we have a permit now instead of continuing on a new contract?
That's what I heard.
I don't want flow control. I want the ability to contract with our haulers and our municipalities, businesses, to work with them to get their volume.
And I would be thinking that, if this was turned over to our corporate lawyer, that she would have been looking at case law and she would have been looking at what other municipalities are doing and then presenting an opinion.
I think she did.
But this wasn't turned over though, this information.
No.
Well, she found Adams County,
And that's the one she said.
She wants me to consider it as part of the analysis.
because you said we couldn't do it.
I don't know what it is, because I haven't seen it. What I was
Contracting with,
absolutely cannot do. What I was presented, we cannot do.
So we
I
cannot,
offered that.
we can't contract with our haulers and offer them a discount on tipping fee. That's what was presented in October, was renewing the hauler contract in the form of a rebate instead of an
This is a perfect demonstration, right? Because you got to present all the facts. Why is it funny?
Because that is exactly, I brought the current hauler contract to that meeting. And I asked for a rebate instead of giving them an upfront pricing discount. I wanted it a rebate. And we were told we cannot do that because it's legal flow control, which we've been contracting with our haulers the last 5 years, the exact same contract.
Kyle?
Okay, how long are we gonna go around?
Well, I was just wondering.
Circle here, so I make a motion for the solid waste department to use our current corporation counsel. And to not obtain outside counsel.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? So it's more of the same.
Well, can I offer a little discussion?
Yes.
I think that at least the exercise, just to consider, at least the exercise of giving Nikki and Cassie the opportunity to look at the contracts to make sure we're talking apple to apple. Like, it's hard to know what, like, I believe what you're saying, like counties are able to do it, but it seems like at least the opportunity to review should be
And I'm fine with that.
available. And then if there is an impasse there, then to go to consider something else. But I feel like there is, because of the conflict, there hasn't, like, how do you know they're apples to apples? Do you all know that the contracts are apples to apples?
No.
And you're saying you've reviewed some and they don't apply. So somewhere there's I don't know, it just seems like there's a way to potentially get to what you want, but there's like seemingly a misstep. And I have a feeling if this goes to Gen Gov with that, so that's gonna be like, there's a step missing in this process. Just from what I'm hearing.
Well, and I question, just because they're doing it, if it hasn't been challenged, I mean, if they all haven't been challenged.
Correct.
Adams County.
Adams County's been challenged.
That's one out of 7 examples. And what was challenged? I mean, that's the part. We're using general terms, which may or may not be the right comparison. We have a motion.
A motion and a second to,
I agree. If you two want to compare the contracts and look at them, I think that's our first step that we should
But Nick,
consider.
you're partway into this, so then with this information, maybe
I'll absolutely
That would
take
be-
it and add it to the facts that I use to apply to the law and see if my analysis has changed based on the new facts presented. again, it doesn't, I don't care the end result other than that I'm giving the right legal opinion. It doesn't matter if I come back with a yay or nay in my mind. It's whether or not it's accurate and can be supported.
For sure, but you've been partway into it then, and then maybe this is some other.
Yep.
That might
Maybe.
contribute.
Absolutely.
Kind of like Alice Ann mentioned. I don't know.
Any further discussion? I think you also have to look at the conflict that is very evident between.
I'm confused why and where it's coming from or what conflict is there, but I do hear and see that Stacy is upset. And so if that is coloring her ability to hear legal advice because she's viewing it through a lens of anger or dissatisfaction, I don't know where it's coming from. Maybe that doesn't matter. But
Can you get an outside speaker to talk? Can I get my 2 cents there, guys?
Change my analysis, like the fact that I see that she's upset.
No, sorry.
But we've been allowing others to public comment in the middle of the meeting.
Sure.
Yeah, that's chair. And
Who's it?
Big Hook, any comment? He's asking to comment.
Oh, I guess we've allowed everybody else to speak. Go ahead, Big Hook.
Yeah, I know.
But he was just speaking, so how did it? There you go.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So under the current agreement, the county has, with the signed agreement that got thrown out, all haulers can currently haul anywhere. They can haul out of the county or take their trash anywhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
So we could start hauling tomorrow all of our trash to Monroe County or La Crosse County or GFL or wherever we wanted. And the county won't have an issue with it.
Right. Well, the only issue is who you're hauling it for, if they have a say in where it goes. That's
between you and the person you're hauling for.
Yeah, I realize that, Kyle. I realize that. But I'm saying if we're picking up the businesses in Viroqua, we could take them wherever we want. We could do what we want with that garbage.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
I'm wondering on the legal counsel, is there any type of relationship with haulers that are against the hauler agreement that maybe interferes with, making sure this agreement is the best thing for the county? That's kind of what I'm questioning. I don't have an issue with it. I have agreements in La Crosse County and we haul all of our trash from La Crosse County to La Crosse County. And we try our darndest to support the Vernon County landfill, but it seems like for some reason, they don't let the county board enforce the garbage from within the county staying there. And I guess I don't legally understand it, why other counties can make us keep their trash within their county and Vernon County can't, is what I don't understand, unless there's more to the story than meets the eye.
Yeah, it's founded in both state law and constitutional rights that are afforded to our community members. And the county board is acting in a manner that is consistent with their lawful authorities and obligations to not run afoul of constitutional protections. So it's legislative, right? They can only have the authority that's within the confines of the law. So they've been acting consistent with those confines.
So if a person did a little research on their own and kind of checked into these laws privately to research them a little bit from a municipal standpoint, I could do that. I mean, we could do that as a business ourselves to help the county if we wanted to.
Correct.
What about the counties association? Don't they have an attorney that the counties can reach out to for legal opinions on matters? The towns association does.
No, they will not provide legal advice on a particular issue. They will provide general legal information, but they will not,
They refer us back to corporate counsel.
yeah, they're not going to give you legal advice that you can rely upon. In fact, I believe in around 2018, we reached out to the Communities Association to confirm this.
I don't know. I guess I've been sitting and listening to the meeting, and it seems like there's more to the story than meets the eye. But that's my opinion from listening to you guys all talk here for the past couple hours. And
It's motions on the table to restate your motion, Kyle.
My motion is to use our current corporation counsel.
Utilizing new information here.
Present corporation counsel with the information and go from there.
And it was seconded by Martha. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Aye. Motion passes. 4-1.
And,
Charlie called for a 5-minute break. It's a privilege.
All we can get is a bunch of astronomical bills they're going to.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, no, sound too bad. And I stayed for the fireworks. Well, I don't know what else is coming. They have a part of the closed section.
Closed session.
Yeah, because of the recycling.
I need something to eat.
Yeah. Well, I'm
What's insane?
going to try to jump online.
Will you get white one and the yellow one?
Yeah.
Thanks. Sweet.
We end up. Request for alternate. Good.
Bye now. Thanks for coming. Yeah.
I don't know yet.
All right. Well,
Are you here for the duration of the meeting then?
I put it on, and then I gotta look and see if I forgot it.
So.
I haven't been something I may need to do that. You can put like I'll go text you.
I quote, like, we've got,
It's supported by everyone's confidence.
Concerns about these donations from your desk. It's just nice that
anything out of all this.
starting to just be.
Yeah. It's really good.
The DNR's perspective, they've been starting, and therefore every issue
Yeah. Yeah. I've talked to other people.
I guess we did.
Say they do nothing.
Like they were for you. Oh, and I know they're not. Yeah, I just read that. We don't have orange campaign.
Contract really is
Meeting on you. Yeah, because.
And that's the case.
Lenore has the same question about the reliability of the data. I mean, everybody's in.
Mildred, where are you at? Well.
You ask, be careful. You don't know the answer.
Okay, approval to develop an RFP for the sale of 9.82 acres of land adjacent to the landfill. Have we got any appraisal on it?
Yes, right here.
Okay.
Cassie, do you want to field this one?
Yeah, let me just pull up my. Okay. A little bit of an issue with the parcel being landlocked. So, you have Nikki's opinion there, and Nikki's here. Basically, in essence, saying we can put it out for bid, but with the disclosure that if it's not sold to an adjoining parcel is where we're running into issues, right, Nikki?
Right.
And that we would give priority to an adjoining parcel owner as providing an easement through the landfill isn't feasible for us this time. Stacy, what was it appraised for?
So I had Hall Realty do the appraisal. It says price range for similar type property, 40 to 60,000. That's, yes. He said if it wasn't, his estimated market value, 50,000. He said if it wasn't landlocked and it would be double. For my notes.
Which do you want? An easement?
And there's no way to work an easement into that?
Not without the cooperation of an adjacent third-party landowner, not us, because of the nature of what we're using, our land.
Okay, well, I was saying if we can double the price.
Yeah. There's no way that we could give a legal access to that property. I mean, for double the price, if they're going along the landline completely away from our operations, that may not everybody.
Because of where that it sits, they would have to go along I think it's like the northern border of the landfill and out near the the closed demolition landfill.
Okay.
We talked about this before too in relation to the advice from the DNR as far as providing access there, and DNR's recommendation was no.
Okay.
We have to face a little bit of reality here that it is what it is.
It's landlocked by landfill.
It's, you know.
Right, that if you want to sell it, this is what you're looking at.
Right.
Don't have to accept.
Comparables also adjacent to landfills?
I'm not sure.
We don't have to accept it.
Highway 56, Highway 1461, Hornby Hollow Road were the three comparables listed. So they're all within Vernon County. And he did say that was why because he gave a range of 40 to 60. That was because it's near landfill too, but it also is property that has access to a class 1 trout stream on Seas Branch. Part of this parcel is on the creek, or the part of the creek.
We're looking at what's surrounded in blue here is what's.
No, actually. Isn't it this parcel, Stacy? This nice green grab was here. I'm sorry. Can you hand that down?
Yeah,
It's
the upper blue square right here.
The upper.
On the upper blue square?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one, right?
This one here.
The map is confusing. This green grab from a different, yeah. There.
Because that is the property that Grace Acres owns in their field. That's what prompted this investigation, because they're requesting to either get an easement across that one property or purchase. So they have access to that field. Or so they can put a new hill road into that field. There's already one on their property, but it's washed out.
Can I just remind this committee that we have had a 30-year precedent of access over the landfill to our upper field. And that was denied without communication to me a year and some ago by this committee who did not deem it necessary to even communicate with the landowner that that was no longer allowed. And I only found out about that denial of land access last August when my person who was in pay was denied access to cross over the land.
They were granted access during operating hours.
So it's Randy and Karen Kroom would be,
They're the other neighbors.
they're the other neighbors. Who are the neighbors to the, are you surrounded it the other way then? Or I mean, is it, it's all you after that, huh?
So you're to the north and to the northeast of that?
2014, the year before Stacy was hired, this committee asked to trade. This is back when you guys were in the timeline of maybe reasonable planning for the landfill expansion. You asked to trade that parcel for this parcel, the two parcels, because at that time, back when you were in a timeline of visioning on a more reasonable timeline, you'd hoped to expand the landfill in this direction because of geology and some ideas. And we did not. We declined to make that trade. And that trade at that time, those appraisals were at $30,000. That was a $30,000 trade. We denied the trade. You proceeded to haul all the big lumber off that very steep hillside, which you're now interested in maybe obtaining. So there it is minus all the timber. We are still not interested in a trade, but at that time, back in 2014, the value was appraised at a $30,000 trade. I could show you that.
Well, now we're looking at around $50,000 roughly, give or take, to be in the middle of where the appraisal came in. And I would have to say that looking at land values and everything else, this would be considered like recreational land.
Right.
You know, that's kind of, it does fall in line, quite honestly, with what people are paying. I mean, that you're around $5,000 an acre. So, you know, give or take, that's, some people are paying more for recreational land, some people are paying less, but,
you know, the trout stream on it, that's, you know, and
right.
And all that stuff in a small little 10 acreage thing is a premium, actually, you know, that's.
But I guess.
But at least landlocked. You know, that's,
So from the northeast corner down to County Y, that would be the lot line then between Rooms and Grace Acres?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And what would be the distance roughly? Anybody have any idea? Or is it a place where you could put a road in through there?
No, swamp.
So you own up here?
Correct.
And here?
No.
No? Okay. Who owns here? They do?
Crooms.
Okay. All right. Just wondering. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't see my full property in this map. But the corner, that it looks like there's a yellow mark.
yeah.
That's the corner of our
Right.
property, and that's where the Crooms,
And then you go north.
and I go north to the road.
And Crooms go north yet too, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
but the road is. Yeah.
So basically, there's two landowners that have access to that if they purchase it without having to obtain an easement through somebody else's land.
Mm-hmm.
That's Grace Acres and Randy and Karen Kroom. So, and obviously you're the one interested in this chunk of property.
I'm the one who was, without communication, denied overland access, which I've had for 30 years.
The crews may also be interested in it for hunting purposes.
I can too. So I guess if the county were to offer it,
Put it out. We don't
put it out,
If it doesn't work,
you know,
we'll just keep it.
we can't play favorites. Just, you know, that's the way it is.
And if it were to sell to an outside buyer,
Or it can't.
Well, it could, somebody could, but
yeah.
they would just have the right to pay the tax on something that they have no access to.
And I touched on it a little bit, and then I appreciate I only got to you guys yesterday afternoon, so if you haven't digested it all, that's fair. But I did touch on that if you're selling it to a third party, you need to make sure, and this will go in the request for bids, but expressly clearly state what you're selling, that it's landlocked, that if you're assuming it. And then I also advised you that if the committee, when they get the bids, if you're looking at the bids and you're entertaining one that would be a third party who would be landlocked, I want you guys to talk with me further before you were to formally approve such a bid, because we want to look at any kind of release of liability and costs related with ultimate easement access, because what could potentially happen there is that third party is going to be landlocked. It's going to be landlocked as a creation of us as grantor. When the grantor creates in this parceling off and selling a landlocked parcel, the law finds that the grantor is on the hook for providing the easement access.
Yeah.
However, as we've already discussed and you guys are aware, we as a grantor are in a unique position where we're operating a landfill on our parcel, and we can't lawfully grant our access. It at least very much appears that that's the case. There's NR code that talks about the fencing. There's DNR saying, please don't do it. It's not a good idea. There's the liability invitation as well that comes with all that. We don't want to have to grant access, and we probably can't. So then we sell it, we're grantor, we're on the hook. What that would mean in the court size, I would anticipate, is that we would be monetarily responsible. We'd have to pay whoever's out of pocket for giving this access. So that could be the adjacent third party neighbor, or it could be the buyer, or it could be a little of both there. What I would want to see is that the buyer assume any of that costs and liability and release the county if we're going to sell it to a third party. What I didn't know 100%, I think alluded to in the memo that I want to check before I gave a thumbs up to such a sale, would be whether or not that release that we're asking the buyer to, let us be out of it, if that's counter to public policy, which would mean the courts would say, yeah, nice try, county, but you're not allowed to release such. So there's an aspect there that I'd have to research to double check that we could do that. All of those are just kind of heads up as you're looking at this. If it comes back, if you get a bid, that's a third party that's going to give you landlocked. Let's just look at it a little more, but it's possible you could do it. It's just be cautious. Otherwise, maybe you get bids from the neighbors who, if they buy it, are not going to be landlocked because of their own already owned land. And then you don't have that factor. And these are all things that could appropriately go into the criteria the committee considers in ultimately awarding a bid. Because keep in mind, as you know, it doesn't have to be the lowest bid, and it should be, though, consistent with the county's best interests. And as long as all of that is published and expressly stated to the public within that request for proposals, then you're going to be good with that process. But it's all going to be open and transparent with that opportunity to bid to folks who may not even, I guess I don't need to say that part, but what I was going to say was maybe it doesn't make sense in our eyes for them to bid, but they still have the ability and opportunity to bid, and we have to present them with that.
Basically, anybody that's bidding on that would have to make their own arrangements, either to go through their property or the other property with the county not being involved, and it proves that they have that to the county before the sale is made.
Or that they're willing to release us from any costs associated with ultimately gaining that access. And then that's the part that if you go to entertain selling to someone who would be in such a state, I want to double check if we can do that and not be counter to public policy. I think we probably can, but I don't know that last part. If we can shirk those ultimate costs as grantor who creates the landlocked parcel.
But we have the opportunity to reject any and all bids.
That's right.
So so we have that tool in our toolbox too.
Yeah, so you don't have to have all these answers. You have to put it out for bids too.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Motion to put this up for sale? Put out an RF for sale, 9.82 acres to the, What would you say, Nikki? Highest responsible bidder or highest,
To the bidder who is most consistent with the county's best interest. So let's be kind of vague. I mean,
I wouldn't do it.
it's not going to be the most.
No.
Because it may not be a bid that you take.
Right.
Yeah, it just is open for sale.
Yeah, you'll put out the terms of the RFP. You can determine after the approval at committee level. You can test that with your staff if you wished. RFPs probably for this one should be reviewed by council if there's questions there, making sure that we have the language so we're putting the public on the notice with what we're selling and the landlocked nature of it.
put up for sale with the language to be determined later? I'll motion that.
I wouldn't, I just put it up for sale.
An RFP, for the, I don't know, an RFP for the potential purchase of.
Yeah, motion to develop RFP for the sale.
Point whatever acre parcel of the landfill.
Have a second?
I'll second.
Charlie seconds it. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Town posted. Mostly left. They abandoned you.
I did email this out to everybody, but I also printed copies of what was emailed.
Responses on this document are drafted by this committee or drafted by Stacy Sandberg?
I drafted the responses for the closed session of the infrastructure committee last month. But, right, we did that last month.
They were reviewed by myself prior to sending out to make sure that what Stacy had written was an accurate portrayal of what happened during the session.
Is this like, are you still in my opportunity here to, this is my opportunity to respond to what you have proposed? I think for the sake of time and the running bandwidth of people on this particular day, I'd like to just focus on the town host agreement that's overdue for the remainder of the current landfill life. And I think the discussion about the agreement that it needs to be drafted for the future landfill expansion needs to be a completely open and further discussion at another time. This is not, I think that those two things need to be distinguished from one another. It's overdue that there's an updated agreement, and just for the purposes of today, I'd like to say that we should discuss the remainder. That's where I'd like to start with. Because there's two agreements that are overdue. One is the updated one for the present landfill that's operating, and there's another that needs to be on file. We can't cover the future landfill expansion.
This is separated out between the two.
We're going to separate it out. I just want to say that I'd like to sort of just go into this discussion focusing on the first part of the document.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
You want to discuss between now and then the opening the new, what's going to happen between now, the next 2 years, basically, or
Yes.
year and a half, whatever it is. Okay.
And perhaps they will, yes, I think the discussions are appropriately going to lead into each other. I just wanted to point out that there are two different agreements that need to be made. One is for the remainder of the land bill and another is for the future expansion. They may or may not include the same. Everybody understand that and agree that?
Well, so I understand what you're asking. I guess I don't see why we need two different agreements, but.
So basically,
agreements because you're, go ahead.
the only thing that we have for a current agreement is the $50 ton.
50 cents.
50 cents a ton given to you. Everything here, I guess, to speak for I'm speaking as a committee member, we hashed out as per the new agreement. So we're going to be talking about a current one. You can't fairly say as a committee member that any of that pertains to the current. Just putting that out there because we didn't talk about amending a current agreement.
This piece of paper says that. So if this piece of paper is not the document that you guys reviewed, it does have sort of two layers to it. It's sort of got a part one and then it's got a part two. And the sort of top of it is the sort of bulleted, highlighted beginning is town host agreement for the remainder of current landfill's life. And a few pages in, it says town host agreement for the expansion of the Vernon County landfill, the proposed expansion of the landfill. And there are different points on these two different bills.
Oh, okay.
I feel like the only variations between the two agreements were like the on-site leachate collection and the electronic leak detection unit, property tax adjustments was on here, design and implement of a compost program, gas to energy. That was all stuff for the expansion. But
I'm only bringing it up that there's a lot of little discussion points to be made along the way, and a smaller button is to talk about the present landfill. That's all. So we can just go into the document to do it that way. And I also just as a committee member without my other committee members here, this is not there may be more things that are still requests that the town host committee could still come up with in their research.
Have you had a meeting with your?
Yes.
You have, but you haven't. Have you gone over this as if you have? Okay.
We have gone over this. And first response that I would say to the bullet point number one, our request is $3 a ton paid to the town of Baroque annually. And your response is $1 per ton is adequate. And I'm just going to point out that at $1 a ton with the decreased tonnage that you're going to be receiving maybe this year is going to basically put you at paying exactly the same amount or less than you even did last year.
The logic by that is if you're farther down, it's going to cost us money to do some of the other things. That's why. Down the road, it's going to do some of the other things that have been requested.
Yeah.
It's going to cost money.
Yeah.
That's why that was left where it was, is because it's not that they're not going to chip in more money. It's just not going to be back to the township. It's going to be to do some of the things that were requested.
Okay, well, I hear that, and we did get through that, but I would say from the perspective of the town of Baroque, it's overdue that the town of Baroque get more compensation than they have got for the 30 years behind them. And the town of Baroque never imagined that there would be a further landfill expansion. So there's been an extension of tolerance towards the activities of the landfill over the last 7 to 10 years from the town of Baroque's perspective, which town of Baroque was not receiving an adequate or comparable amount of compensation retroactively, which is, albeit retroactively. That is why $3 per ton paid to the town of Baroque from this point forward we contend is still a reasonable request.
Said $1 is adequate?
I didn't say that.
No.
Inadequate.
Yeah.
Inadequate.
At the $3.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Inadequate. No, I'm maintaining that our request for $3 per ton beginning this year is not out of line. So I guess, yeah, the town host committee rejects that offer of a dollar per ton as an offer right now. Then the next point of testing the wells. I would like to see that that needs to happen now. That needs to be an action item that proceeds in the very near future, and it goes right into the next point too, which is the PFAS testing. I realize that the state of Wisconsin does not require, DNR does not require PFAS testing, but this is, go ahead and pass this out, please. This is state of Minnesota. These are some data about the presence of PFAS found in the vicinity of landfills in the state of Minnesota, or adjacent state, and representing the presence of PFAS found in vicinity of landfills and the prevalence of them. So requesting that not only does a baseline, given that the neighbors all thought that we were coming to the end of this landfill siting, because since 2015, the expectation is that this would be closing by 2020, at 2024, 2025 at the latest. There has been, the pivot into an expansion and the pressuring for an expansion has been something the town of Broke was not anticipating. Township of Broke, I should say. So given that the county is requesting to move forward with an expansion, all of these wells are due to be tested for a baseline, and a PFAS testing is an appropriate baseline to establish for an entity that's hoping to operate for the next 15 to 20 years into the future, given its present airspace and potential future airspace that's your budget. And yeah, the fact that that's not in DNR requirements, as a neighboring landowner with concerns for water and a picture for the future in my mind, it doesn't matter to me that that's above and beyond DNR standards. I think that's appropriate. And that my committee members would agree with me. I think on the education points, I think there's potentially a lot of cohesion and collaboration that we can come to regarding what we're interested in and what you guys are willing to do. I don't think I want to go over that in great detail at this point. At point number 5, there's a request for a super cleanup to bring the landfill above DNR standards with respect to fly on the property. And the response that you guys said is Vernon County operates in compliance with Wisconsin DNR regulation and is inspected annually or spring and fall by the DNR to ensure that compliance. That suggests that you're in compliance, which I just want to bring up that over the last number of years, you've had multiple out of compliance. You had out of compliance citations. So I realize that when you got a non-compliance citation, you do have a time period to fix it, and there is a good faith actions towards remedying those non-compliance. However, I just want to say that you are in compliance. You are actually in a series of non-compliance response time periods.
And to speak to that as the department director, when I took over that department, we had a 2-page list of notice of non-compliance issues. The last audit, we got 1, and it wasn't for litter, it was for daily cover. So the department has made improvement on keeping the facility clean. Also to speak to the litter situation, I went to Outagamie County and investigated an alternative daily cover system that I would like to implement by the end of this year if I'm able to do so, providing funding. And so with that being said, the department has made strides towards that. However, I can't, we can only do so much. And I believe that the department has done to the best of its ability to keep this stuff in the landfill, especially within the last 2 years. I was out there picking for 2 hours on Saturday, the entire north slope, to ensure that our property is kept clean. So
So then we're at point number 6. Without knowing legal ramifications of that, a request that our committee suggested is that there be a property tax discount offered to the immediate adjacent property owners or those that are within what I'm calling the smell circle. And your response is that is it's illegal for you to offer that. Is that what I understand?
Correct. And Nikki, I didn't consult you on that one because that was easy enough for me to answer on my own. But yeah, we are not.
So I am not a lawyer, nor am I, I'm a neighbor citizen to the situation. So I don't know that is an idea that perhaps needs to get researched a little further in terms of what other counties, other landfills, what agreements other landfills are doing to those ends, which are not breaking the law. And I don't know exactly what those points are. I would be interested in finding out because I'm sure there is some other version besides property discount. And one version of the ideas like that potentially is another reason why you pay more to the township of Viroqua, because the town of Viroqua itself then has a discretionary fund to compensate its own citizens for being the citizen neighbors to the region, the county dump. So that potentially is another reason why, again, I'm not willing to negotiate on the $3 per ton rising.
You should already be getting a discount on your taxes because your evaluation in your world, your evaluations are lower because you live next to a landfill. So therefore, because your evaluations are already lower, you are getting a break on your taxes.
I don't know that to be a factor that is on my taxes. I would like that to be delineated.
Well, if your taxes are directly related to your valuation, and so that's
the property for sale then would also have that valuation that you're about to put up for request for proposal. And none of your comparables that are putting it at $50,000 value are examples of adjacent to landfill properties that also have been recently logged.
Very true.
You also said it was worth twice as much if it wasn't.
landlocked.
It is.
It wasn't landlocked, it wasn't adjacent to a landfill, and wasn't recently logged. Yes. It does have a class 1 trout stream on it that's hemmed in by a swamp from the road. Anyway, that's aside. The next point is a request for an insurance policy to cover the water contamination event that could happen. And your response is that there is not an insurance policy available for this. And my own research suggests that that's not true. There are insurance policies that maybe that in landfills, private landfills, that's not true. I don't know where the idea that there's no insurance available for that came from, but there is. You can get insurance. You can get insurance for almost anything if you're willing to pay a price tag for such things.
I'd like you to send me the link to that insurance policy.
I know.
Or the provider.
I mean, are you the person, whose voice is it that says there's no insurance? I mean, I'm not an authority on this either. I just did some research quickly and found something. Kathleen, and she's like, there is some. So to be told that there isn't some, maybe it's just your own insurance provider. Your own insurance provider doesn't. I understand if your own insurance provider doesn't offer it, that may be true, but it's not that it doesn't exist.
Kyle?
I think at the time we talked about this in committee, wasn't it that was not so much the fact of whether or not there is an insurance policy available. Of course, we don't know one available, but the requirement of requiring the county to be insured for that was kind of a specifically require if the county wishes to insure themselves or whatever, that's to their discretion only and not the town, not the towns. I think that was the discussion around this more so than actually being an available insurance policy. From what I
would recommend that, in this case, Vernon, town of Viroqua is part of the county too. I would recommend that be looked into. I'm not like in opposition to the county here. I'm just like one township within the county. And so my recommendation would be that an insurance policy be looked into by the county for the purposes of that, because the county is running a landfill.
Wasn't there a statement about like the lacrosse PFAS situation? I mean, is there an insurance policy out there for something like that when the world doesn't really know the seriousness of PFAS?
Yeah, I recall a discussion in closed session regarding specific to, the PFAS component as far as insurability. When the DNR goes after these under the spills law, there's no insurance policy for anyone out there that's covering any of that. That's, all on the individual entities. That's not saying that we can't explore our options as far as if that's something that would be available to us and what the cost would be, but I would be very surprised if we were able to obtain something of that sort.
Well, that's also back to the earlier discussion when you're saying that $74,000 is an allocated closure fund that's in the budget for the future post-closure realities, but that amount does not cover, again, for the would-be contamination event that might happen during that time period in the landfill's life, in which case all the more reason to have an insurance policy on record to compensate, to back up the closure process that actually doesn't cover that. Because your post-closure process.
To see if there's one available. What the cost
Certainly
is.
can.
Yes, it seems like the town of Viroqua getting a benefit of no-cost services. And your response was that we could do this in lieu of the town host fees. Again, we're negotiating little pieces here, or which piece belongs in which basket. I'm interested, I think as a town host, I'm interested in the town of Viroqua being compensated. I'm not so much advocating for a personal like garbage-free services for, I think that the town of Viroqua it's more important that the town of Viroqua gets compensated adequately for being that entity. Then there's sort of like a little like prize money to the immediate neighbors saying, oh, you actually don't pay when you go. The
concern that I had was then your neighbor who lives just across the line in the next township knows that, and they bring their junk to you and then you bring it over because you don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, this already happens in this county. We all know somebody who doesn't want to deal with.
Well, but that has to be looked at too. It isn't, it's everybody being honest.
Well, it already. So that's another level of accountability, which is that the last point there. And this is a little bit unresearched, but I know that it's happening in the world of real accountability and the municipal solid waste. A pay-as-you-throw system is one of the more innovative ideas that's out there. And this ties into this complicated discussion that you all had earlier, which involves contractors and who's bringing what to where. However, a real system of pay-as-you-throw, in my research as a person interested in understanding the system and how it can be better in the future in the world, is a real accountability system where consumers themselves pay for the footprint of their own garbage. The hospitals, everybody pays directly, and that a pay-as-you-throw system is a way to get away from hidden costs getting taken advantage by some parties and not being taken advantage by others. And that's a complicated idea, and I realize it has to go to the county board, and that is kind of like some of these other complicated ideas about how you run a county run entity and how you get participation in the county run entity from the county. And you haven't spent the last 30 years behind you getting 100% buy-in from your local citizens, because we've had a diversion in allegiance to different providers, which involved what was Southwest Sanitation and now has become GFL. So the allegiance to local services has not been uniform towards the Vernon County landfill, despite the fact that the Vernon County landfill was cited as a solution to Vernon County's municipal waste needs, but it hasn't maintained its position as the citizen's choice.
If you do a pay-as-you-go, and I know it's not right, I don't even advocate it. I brought up in our township to charge like $3 for a garbage bag or something like that. I nearly got tarred and feathered before I got out of there. But what happens then is just like the mattress program that we have to charge $25 for a mattress now. We're getting black mattress springs in and they go into the dumpster because people aren't going to pay it. And if we start doing that with the garbage, it's just not going to be properly handled. And whether you can afford it or not afford it, it's all people's individual right or wrong choice of what they do with their garbage. And if you make it free and convenient, they're going to take care of it a lot better than if you start charging them for it. And that's the reality. I mean, I don't like it, but that's the way it is. I mean, I would like to go to clear, only allowing clear plastic bags, because I'm sure we can go into anybody's dumpsters in the townships and rip open a bag, and every one of them will have a can or a bottle or something in there that's an illegal substance in the landfill. I would like to do the clear plastic bag thing, and I meet nothing but resistance with that also. So, I mean, if they got to bring it, I don't want you looking at my garbage. Well, I don't want to look at your garbage. I want to, you knew Ray. And when Ray was in, nobody got by with nothing because he could hear a milk jug rattle in a garbage can 1.5 miles away and he'd tear into it. But
the reason a lot of them went away from you have to buy a bag because it was inconvenient. You had to have a specific bag from the clerk or the city clerk or whatever to get your garbage disposed of. And I agree that would be a better mode to get people to recycle. However, it's not convenient, and then it's going to lead to illegal dumping because it also has to be a convenience. At the townships, Bill, if it's not convenient, they're not going to use it.
And I guess from my perspective, in our township, we decide what we want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We don't want the county dictating that or anyone else. So
we're not saying the townships can't do that.
Right. It's not. For some, it may be a good idea. For some, it may be a bad. But I mean, for the county to dictate that would be not good.
So who is the county's landfill serving? The people that it can't dictate anything to?
It's serving the citizens.
But it can't dictate them to do anything officially. It's as spoken before. What is this? And then if it can't dictate it, what is the appropriate airspace that this project that you'd like to, what you have approved, what is the appropriate airspace for this project that you've approved? That is my question too.
My own personal opinion is that there is very little stuff that cannot be recycled. I think that 90% of the stuff is recyclable. Lack of markets, lack of funds to get it recyclable, people's ambition to do it, we're fighting all that. I mean, so we have to be realistic in our program. If you make a program too restrictive, it's not going to get used at all. It's going to end up in the ditches, and then it's going down the creek.
Is it restrictive, a ridiculously restrictive program, or is it like the most innovative program in the country? And if it's the most innovative program in the country that actually is capable of handling all these things?
Well, it could be the most innovative one in the Mercedes-Benz stadium in what football, the state or whatever. Yeah, they just got a big award for recycling 90% of everything that comes out of there. Only 10% of everything that comes out of it, and there's millions of people there a year, a lot more than the population of Vernon County passes through there. And they got a big award for source recycling.
This is a particular business.
This is a big football stadium. Yeah.
Right. It's one business.
We were also awarded in 2020 from the DNR for our recycling program.
I mean, you got to have the people's buy-in for it. And that's where we are honestly lacking that.
So,
and with the education that we need to do, we need to bring more people on board. That's my goal anyway.
So that's all the points on the that are on our presently on our current, like the overdue agreement for the future. And I would say the action points are really the well testing, the PFAS testing, and the agreement to pay a bigger fee in 2024. I don't know if this is this a decision-making moment? I don't know what kind of moment you guys have. Is this just like me giving feedback to the feedback that you gave me and those stuff? No.
Well, we wrote down what our answers to your proposal was, and then we will discuss your proposal. It's going to be an ongoing negotiation. So.
Okay.
Well, but you started with other committee members may want to add stuff too. So by saying that, there is no decision.
I'm just saying that this needs to be an open process where certain that there isn't like so much. If there are further ideas that come up from this town host committee or from interest from other members, I mean, I'm just like a conduit for ideas. I'm not the holder of all the ideas. So if more ideas come into this discussion, they need to be.
But if you came today with, we want $2 a ton and we want PFAS testing and we're good with the rest of the current, then it would be something maybe we could negotiate on today. But these were kind of vague. Sounds like, somewhat rejected some of our proposal or question insurance policy. There's some things we need to check into also.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not expecting a decision today.
Solid.
I don't have an absolute demands list today that I would like to action. I'm responding to the things that you said that you responded with and saying, yeah, I mean, I guess the insurance policy is the one that's the most or difference of opinion here. Like, didn't take me very long to find one, and your response is that it's not available. That's just.
And I will speak to the 2024 budget does not include a $1 per ton host fee. It's 50 cents because that's what it was when I budgeted. So that would be an additional budget expense. The testing of the 8 additional homes is going to be another unbudgeted expense for 2020. I did receive a price of $150 per house. That's about $2,400. You would sample them twice with our environmental monitoring. That's, yeah.
But that's not PFAS testing, right?
No, that is the environmental testing.
Oh, 4,500
that we are currently doing.
Okay.
For 4,500 test.
Yeah, PFAS testing.
Oh.
And then it can change over time too, like just because, say you got your well tested and it came in at 25 parts per trillion. That doesn't mean that 3 or 4 months down the road, that's what it's going to be. Like, it's very fluid. I don't talk about PFAS forever, but yeah.
I think there's a misconception that landfill and PFAS go hand in hand down the road. I mean, the PFAS in the French Island up there had nothing to do with landfill. So I mean, that's, if we could test out there and they come out with PFAS and find out that the neighbor dumped all their plastic into the, sinkhole someplace and it's getting in there. I mean, that's, I don't think that we would gain any.
Well, what you would gain is a baseline for the future because you're proposing an expansion of a landfill that's going to have another 15 to 20 year footprint from this point forward, plus the 70-year closure after that. So the reason is for my grandchildren. Like, hey, my mom had our wells tested by the county back in my grandma. Like, that's the purpose, is there's a baseline, a very, very amazing, awesome test baseline instead of what I don't have on record from my own parents requesting water testing back when this was first cited and the county refused. Anyway, it seems like we got to go into more. You guys got to discuss about this more, or we can talk. I don't really even know how this goes. This is the process of negotiation.
So it is a negotiation. I mean, you've told us now that what you want, and we'll decide what we're gonna offer back.
I would like to know what the compost diversion program that is being implemented already, because that's also just as a point that was answered in the next list of things, like what is the compost diversion program?
So right now, we have a dumpster out there for the collection of compost. Once the dumpster is full or we need to move it, it will be transported to a farm and home in Dummer Farms. Me and Amy Oliver met with an individual last week regarding potential grant funding for the county to implement a compost program. So it's being looked into, but for me to operate a compost facility is not the same as a farmer composting. We have to do environmental monitoring of that site. It has to be temp tested twice a day. We have to windrow it. It's going to be a huge investment and another service on behalf of the counties.
If you're talking about if you offered it on.
Yes, right now, the way I'm offering it is a dumpster and then we're taking it to somewhere else and they're composting it. And we've also sold over almost 50 compost bins in the last year to homeowners so they can do their own composting. We sold them. We paid half the cost of those units. So that's another way to try to promote composting without me getting into the huge investment of compost facility at the Vernon County landfill, because it is quite the undertaking. I've researched it 2 different times. And again, none of that was acted upon because we did not know the future status of the land. So why invest all that money into a facility if you're not going to have a facility?
That's part of it. I mean, I also, as a neighbor, was under the impression for the last decade that the landfill was moving towards closure. So this pivot towards an approval of an expansion has really changed my disposition towards your operating procedures, because lenience towards a project that was moving towards closure was one perspective, and it's no longer the perspective that is as both an immediate adjacent landowner and as a member of a committee representing the township. But who knows who is participating in the compost project? Like citizens are just dropping off compost?
Yes, there is the ability to drop it off. I've got it on our website. I haven't done a lot of advertising of it because there's been a number of other issues regarding the landfill that have required a lot more of my attention.
Tim Hunt has his hand up. Can you hear us, Tim?
He's unmuted. Tim, you can go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. Muted himself?
No, he's unmuted.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep, we can hear you. Thank you. That's probably what you and Amy are looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other ones in the second part that are like glaring that we should be, looking at?
There needs to be more research on this electronic leak location detection system, but there's a misunderstanding between, don't know that, but was under the understanding that was a system that could be installed underneath the landfill. Your response says that is only something that is applied during construction and then is done. That's how I understood that I know about the system that checks for input hole during construction. If you're saying that that's the only system that you're aware of, as opposed to the system that is monitoring during the life of the landfill?
A lifelong system to that degree. This is from our engineer, because I reached out and asked him if he knew of a system that does that, and he said you would not be able to locate any holes through the waste mass. That's what he said. That was not.
So then there's, that point just needs a little bit more research, because again, I don't have all these points at my fingertips right now, but my understanding that there is something like that. And it is, and it was something that Calvin had shared with me. And
The system you sent me is for roofing. I looked up this DTEC system that is applied to roofing. Because I looked that up, and I reached out to the engineer, and that was his response to this, was that he was not aware of any system that would be able to detect leaks like that through the waste mass.
Okay. Then there's a research glitch here that I can't speak to. I can go back to that with my other committee members. On-site leachate.
Still investigating that. The systems you sent are on closed landfills, and many of them are not even in the Midwest region. The biotreatment of leachate, the department did in fact do a full study to implement a biotreatment of leachate on site, and it was deemed unfeasible because of our climate. So I have met with a company that puts together a filtration system. We're working through the details of that. I have to bring the analysis cost to this committee for approval, as it is not in my 2024 budget.
But a filtration system that would be for a future, or that would be implied as, and it could be implemented as.
We could not financially feasibly put in a system like that for the last 2 years of the current landfill. It would have to be for a long-term
project
usage. And again, I have to send a 275 gallon tote to the company so they can analyze our leachate and find out what exact filtration they would need to remove. And then that water through that system is then discharged onto the ground. It's so clean, it's undrinkable. You have to discharge it onto the ground where it will pick up minerals. So that's the system we're looking at. It's from Apex. They currently have one operational unit. The cost was like $1,400 to send them our 275 gallons of leachate for their continued investigation. And then once they have that investigation done, they will then develop a more solid cost and design of the system, but they can't do that until they have our leachate, and they want us to pay for the testing. And that's, again, roughly $1,400. It's not in my budget, so I'll have to bring that before the committee next month for approval. I chose not to do it this month. It was a long enough meeting as it was.
I appreciate that forward thinking. That seems really appropriate. Research to be done and budget items to be investigated, given the proposals that are out here in terms of expansion. I don't even want to bring up that point number 7. That's a mess. We already went over that mess for a long time today. Monitoring of waste delivered. You're saying that that's, again, this is like a point where you're bringing out that that's just such a small facility and a small county that anything like,
which point are you speaking?
I'm on point number 9, which is monitoring of wage of waste delivered.
The reason I can't dictate that is because I have no idea how long that dumpster sat at your house. Some people are only picked up monthly. I can't guarantee you that we're accepting garbage that's only 3 days old. That's just, I can't do that.
So that was, from the committee side of point of view, that is interest. That is a point that's looking for more regulation on odor issues. Like, of course, you're talking about, when it's deer season, you're handling the deer carcasses in a particular way. You know how to deal with it. So that's like a known stinky component. And during a particular season, you maybe handle things differently because you know of it. What other known stinky items are in the stream on a regular basis, and what ways can be implemented to monitor their arrival? And this was our best idea of that's my best idea looking at the industry. And I understand you're saying, well, I can't regulate that. However, this is again one of these raise the bar practices. How do you raise the bar on an industry that needs to be more accountable for the age of it waste, because if you're trying to run a clean operation, then that would be a point that you need to address.
With regard to the clean operation, our landfill does not accept much for industrial waste, which is usually what's really pollutes the leachate. Compost diversion, yes, we can work on that, but if we're collecting compost that decomposes and creates odor as well, the best mode and most effective mode for odor management, because this is a landfill, it's garbage, it decomposes, it's going to smell. When the barometric pressure is up, it stinks, and I can't go out and put a blanket over it. What we can do is implement, which I'm working on, the new alternative daily cover system, which also has a mat. We have the ability to add a odor masking compound to that mix to help curb odorous days. But I cannot guarantee 3-day-old waste in the landfill. The city of Viroqua was picked up weekly. That's 7 days, like just right there. I mean, the haulers are not going to be able to accommodate a 3-day odor, pickup of garbage, and residents couldn't afford it. So, I mean, you have my word, because I understand. I work out there. I know it stinks, and I know that some days it's worse than others, and that's why I'm really pushing for this alternative daily cover system. I was going to put a bigger presentation together on my trip to Outagamie County. I didn't think we wanted to sit here any longer. I can definitely bring some of my pictures, video I took. I'll have more of an analysis from that company in the future. But like that's the best way I can try to work with you on the odor situation as far as limiting when garbage comes in. And the deer carcass, I'm going to bring that back too. I want to restrict that to January 31st. That's the best I can do.
So I would like to understand a little bit better about the restriction of the DNR regulations about, like, your land is much bigger, the property is much bigger than the landfill itself. And so our suggestion as a committee was that there should be future visioning for the future use of the land in a different way. And your response is that per DNR regulations, you're not allowed to have any public use on the land. I mean, that your land is much, much bigger than your actual landfill activities.
Liability also is a factor. Having people on county property, I mean, we would have to turn it into a park, and how many people really want to come walk their dog next to the landfill or go for a trail hike along the landfill?
If you raise the bar of if you're operating a landfill that is so amazing because you are actually implementing every single one of these procedures, it actually would be a point of pride. Citizens understand what they're participating in. They have access to a facility that's beautiful, intended, and it's the most amazing landfill, teeny tiny landfill in the country.
Then I'll lean back to the liability concerns.
There's insurance policies for that. I think that's a great point towards the future education of people. If you want more understanding and more participation of citizens understanding that this is their opportunity, you want the townships to understand that it's a great opportunity to have their garbage buried in their own county, then this is like an opportunity for the landfill and the county who owns the landfill to help its own citizens understand the merits of the thing that you're trying to offer. So I think it kind of fits in that education point too. The cover. Is your hauler reporting origin of loads data that can be secured by anybody?
It is very general, and it is not being compiled. I have to go through every individual ticket and document the thousands of tickets a month to put that into a searchable data. But right now, a majority of our garbage is coming from Vernon County. I can say that as reviewing the tickets, because the out-of-county waste stream that was so prominent we were getting prior to November is not being brought to the Vernon County landfill right now. So, but right now our system is it doesn't allow for the tracking of origin of waste. The current computer system, it is all manual labor, and it would be all me. And I have a lot of things going on to be tracking that manually right now. Hopefully with the new county system, maybe that's something that could be tracked in the new ERP system. I would be happy to hand them all the receipts.
To be fair, Stacy, that's something this committee has asked for as well in the past, as far as, getting a better handle on where the waste is coming from. So if we can, work to develop a better system for that, I think.
Well, we should know some of them, because if some of them are being directly billed, we obviously know where that's coming from.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I can say that most of it right now is Vernon County, because the out of county waste we were getting is not being brought in.
So when I said industrial responsibility, you're saying that there's very little industrial waste. That means
we don't get sandblasting sand. We don't get, I'm trying to think of some of the other forms of it. We don't have a lot of industry here. So some of the like foundry sand and sludge, sandblasting media, we don't receive any of those products.
The accountability between businesses and citizens is another area of discrepancy, where there's a cost differential that I think also came up earlier in this meeting. It's like, oh, who gets charged $120? Who gets charged? Who has the permit? And which citizens actually get to use the services of the local landfill at the discounted rate that they deserve because they're local citizens? How can that system get improved into the future? So it's not the haulers that get the deal, but it's actually the citizens that are getting.
Right now, the problem with that system is the deal gets passed to the haulers, and then you pay the hauler for your disposal. So there's the middleman that you have to pay. And whether they want to pass that deal on or not is up to them and their business model. And we have no governance of their business model.
And we did improve that by direct billing to the townships in places where we, a few years ago, gave a discount to the haulers that did not get passed down to the townships. The haulers just made more money. And now with direct billing, the townships and municipalities, they pay our rate, and then it's very transparent what the hauler is actually charging.
That kind of accountability has to be streamlined for the whole system if you're going to run a landfill into the future. Otherwise, it's dumb to be running one that's owned by a county.
I think it's available to most anybody that wants to sign up for it, isn't it?
I'm sorry. The pricing benefit, yeah, anybody can get a permit. Anybody can get a permit and pay $60 a ton. But if you're going to call a service provider and get a dumpster or a cart or whatever, we have no control over what they're charging you or what deal they feel like giving you. We have no control over that. That's their business model. But if you want to haul your own garbage to the Vernon County landfill and get a permit, you can pay $60 a ton to do so.
After paying $100.
Yep, after paying the permit fee, yep.
Which is far more than any citizen would ever want to pay for services.
Actually, that's...
Or no, I guess I don't know.
Depends on how much your dumpster cost is and how much garbage you generate.
Okay, I think we're all pretty tired.
Sure.
I second that motion.
Is that an adjournment?
I don't have the power to adjourn this meeting. Certainly.
So, Lauren, I think we need to define where we go
Yeah,
from here.
I'm just going to say where we go from here is that we have an idea of your further expectations and what your wants are. And we will go over that as a committee, and you probably have a further idea of what we want. what we're able to do, and you go over the committee, and then we will meet again and go over it again. And, maybe
Is testing the well something you could approve as a preliminary act of good faith towards this negotiation?
we could put that on next month's agenda, and it's not. We'd have to go through finance to get that correct.
If you don't have it budgeted.
It's not budgeted,
Right.
and it's old.
That's where it comes, especially with an enterprise fund, is where do you propose those funds come from? Because if at committee you determine you have an expense that's going to exceed budget, and this happens with all of our committees, not just infrastructure, and then goes to finance for a funding source.
And you are talking the testing, the environmental testing, as well as the including PFAS testing for those.
Yes.
Something we will discuss in a negotiation.
Does some of this still kind of float, or do you have solid?
Kind of sound.
We go back and forth, but how are we going to decide on something?
Yeah.
If we keep moving back and forth,
You have
playing
solid,
that
like,
ball back
I'm
and
okay
forth.
with this. We're still set on this for this particular item. If you had something solid, that's how we discussed it
Right.
first.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now you had our response back.
I think what you're trying to get at, Paul, isn't it? I mean, we're at the point to where we maybe need to, both committees just meet on this topic alone in a separate special meeting and
Probably.
and be more effective to hammer it out.
This is a great discussion about all of that, but we wouldn't be able to give you a solid answer based on
the police
this.
meet in separate rooms, and hammer it out back and forth.
Right, you have the opportunity to come together, negotiate,
Yeah.
So you probably then want to explore whether or not you've got a mediator who can serve to mediate. I'm not shooting it down. I think it probably sounds like a good idea. Assuming it's consistent with statutes, which it probably is.
I mean, can we just do that amongst ourselves without a mediator? I mean, just me?
I think a guy could start there.
Maybe. What I was hearing.
If we can't make it, then it goes to arbitration.
It can be super effective too in the
Right,
kind of
just-
context, but you need a neutral third
Actually,
party
it'll go to state
effective communication back and forth, because then you can take from one body and agree what still remains confidential with the mediator versus what's shared with the other body,
Sure.
and get you to that middle of the road when the mediator neutral third party knows their bottom line versus what they're going to offer first, kind of thing. Something to consider that I'm just throwing out now and haven't looked at if the statute even allows for that within the process, but I think it
I
does.
think we do that with the police,
Yeah.
So,
I'm not going to express those.
Otherwise, you could go back and forth forever.
yeah, we could be meeting here by 2025. We're still arguing about $3 or $1.50.
I don't know if it's worthwhile. A mediator would cost probably, just an idea.
Who would pay for the mediator? We don't have that in our budget either.
Maybe you mediate who pays for it.
I think this is a good discussion. Totally. Yeah.
And you can see that we're trying to be better per se, that we've already implemented a bunch of stuff and but I can guarantee there's a whole lot of stuff on there that we just can't do. And there's probably some stuff in there that we won't do. And I'm not speaking for the whole board. I'm only speaking for myself. That's why it's a negotiation and not a, what do you want? Here it is. So items for the next agenda would be to need to meet on this.
Are we
Correct.
intending to hold another closed session like we did last time? Or do we want something from the town host committee? I mean, what are our goals here?
Would it be helpful for your committee to have reflected in writing what Anna brought forth today verbally to you guys? So you don't have to try to remember a month later what was said or?
But we fine tunes what we have. We discussed back and forth, just put your exact thoughts where you did the first time. We came back. So then if you had something based on today, then we would have a negotiating point. Otherwise, we still have nothing. Yes.
That's on me?
Not a requirement, but a request of this committee is what I'm hearing. Be helpful to get.
So we've answered back, but we still need to hear, like Lauren said, willing to work, but you have our response and it's, some of it was unacceptable. So we negotiate.
She did give us her response.
I
No.
realized
You know,
bring that in writing.
Didn't bring it in writing, but she
Limit to
did,
my
but,
Volunteering to show up.
and I get what Nikki's getting at though. It's much easier.
Response.
If you could produce for the committee, Anna, today what you did verbally in writing
Okay,
within a relatively short period of time, and then the committee can take that and
Okay.
and meet on that or whatever, just, maybe
Okay, I
make
can
some
go back to
concessions
the
based on what you want, and then,
another round of basically red or whatever, another color response.
and then I think the next effective meeting would be to actually just meet with their full committee. I mean,
And if we can't negotiate it out, it goes to arbitration. So, yeah.
Yeah, if we get a response from them, we have a closed session there in another room and have the mediator go.
I mean, given
Back and
I would say we already are at that, like, we just talked.
yeah.
I
Right.
had a bunch of points. You didn't all say, great, okay. I didn't say, great, okay to the points you said to me. So I kind of feel like we're already here. Like, I didn't put it in writing, but you didn't say.
I think it may be helpful to know which items are absolutely non-negotiable.
Okay.
And I think that's what Paul was getting at.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like just seeing, because you guys could enter arbitration with a partial agreement, I'll call it, if you will, right? There may be issue not of contention that both of you are finding. And parsing out what those are, narrowing down the contested remaining issues would be helpful to both.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, boy.
On a logistical, I have just a question, a request for proposal that came up before with like, what's the timeline of that? Like, how long does that take to happen?
We have to draft it and then bring it before the committee.
No, we will draft it. I'll have Nikki look at it and then we'll release it. So I would say within the next week, depending on schedules and capacity. It's probably honestly something I can work on tomorrow. I already have the memo from you as a starting point. I don't see that being anything.
And it doesn't have to be very long.
No.
Just make sure the facts are right.
Business recycling program. Possible closed session. Do we want to do this or?
We're all here and
We're all here.
they ended up canceling Board of Health because they didn't have a quorum. So I think as long as we're here, as long as you guys are on board to talk about it now, I think.
Because I knew they had, you usually got meetings to go to, so.
45 minutes.
45 minutes? Let's do her.
I think of,
Is that when you get angry?
No, I asked to go.
And then come back and get my computer in 45 minutes.
I'll let you know. Like, unlike last time when I was virtual and you didn't get your computer back until like 3 hours later, I can shoot you a text. I am going to have Bobby come out though and help with it.
The chair may entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Stat 1985 1G, conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who has rendered oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is likely to become involved. Roll call is required if not unanimously approved. Oh,
Well, we gotta wait for everybody to get back.
well, I guess
Pardon me?
No, I don't think so, as Hanson.
his hand been raised for a long time.